Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, as we apologize for coming a little bit back from our closed session item, and then we're having some technical difficulties just with our YouTube channel that is not working at this time. So we apologize for that. We're trying to remediate that and get it up and running as soon as possible. So again, apologize and thank you for your patience. So we are coming out of closed session, and I will turn it over to our city attorney for a report out.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, with respect to item 1, which was city manager evaluation, that item was continued to a special meeting that's going to be held on July 14th. And with respect to item 2, the employee organization, in other words, executive employees, in this particular case, there was a general discussion regarding labor relations. Direction was provided to staff and no other reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, we'll move on to our next item, and which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And if you are here in our chambers, and if you can please rise, and if I can have Ariana, if you could lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to our next item, which is additions or modifications to the agenda. And I'll turn it over to our city manager, since we do have some modifications to our agenda.
Yeah, so real quick, we are and the mayor's gonna go through the council presentations, but these will actually be not presented here tonight, and she'll mention those. And then I also wanted to change the order for public hearing number 1 regarding the assessment districts. So we're gonna take them out of order because the mayor and council member Cabrera need to recuse themselves at different points during the agenda. So we're first going to take Rancho San Vicente, which is and then we'll be taking, which is a maintenance assessment district, a MAD, and then we'll take Orchard Villas, which is also a benefit assessment district, a maintenance assessment district. And then lastly, we'll take Diamond Ridge last. So they're actually in reverse order of how they are listed onto the agenda. And
Thank you, Megan.
yep. And then no other changes.
Okay. Thank you. So those are noted. Okay, so at this time, we'll move on to our public comments. So this is public comments, and any member of the public may address the council on items that are not appearing on the agenda, but are items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. Speakers do have 3 minutes. If you are going to speak, if you're here in our chambers, if you can please come up to the podium. Just as a reminder to the public, and just comments on Zoom, and those that are if you're making comments on Zoom, if you can please use the raise hand feature so we can make sure that we can unmute you and recognize you. And again, just asking both the public and the council to maintain decorum during the public comment portion. And please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments. And when the speaker does have the floor, please do not interrupt, let the speaker finish. And please do not respond or proceed to speak unless you have been recognized by the chair. So with that, I will open it up to our residents that are here from those that are here in our chamber. So I see that we already have some public comments. So I can have you come up to the podium.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angelina Alcala.
My name is Yanli Jaimes.
And we're from Sun Street Center Steps, a program dedicated to reduce alcohol and alcohol and substance use amongst youth. We recently conducted our annual LILA signage inspection, which is a public health and safety law regulating off-sale alcohol retailers such as liquor and grocery stores. It aims to reduce storefront advertising, protect communities, and keep storefronts visible to law enforcement. It prevents alcohol retailers from covering more than 33% of their windows with signage. This ensures law enforcement can see inside, helping neighborhood crimes and underage drinking. In doing so, we would like to share the findings from the project and discuss ways we can work together to create positive changes in our community. During our inspection, we noticed that many of the same stores continue to be out of compliance each year, which are often smaller businesses.
Each year, we provide informational flyers explaining the LILA requirements and return a week later to follow up, but in many cases, the signage has not been corrected. We will send coding reports on these findings. We would like to explore possible solutions such as stricter enforcement or hosting a resource day for small business owners who sell alcohol. This event could include presentations, educational materials, and information to better help businesses understand LILA and remain in compliance. We would like to invite you all to our Summer Steps meetings on Tuesday, June 23rd from 2 to 3 p.m. at 157 Kidder Street at Soledad, California. We will share more findings about LILA project findings and discuss how we can continue collaborating to support positive change in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration and continued support of the youth prevention efforts in our community. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and look forward to working together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comments? Thank you. Thank you for your work. Okay, seeing no additional comments, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Are there any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, see no hands raised, so I will close the public comment period. And we'll move on then to our next, we'll move on to our next items, and this is council presentations. We have 3 proclamations for today. So we have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad honoring Kate McKenna upon her retirement from the LAFCO board, from Monterey County LAFCO board, which is the Local Agency Formation Commission in Monterey County. I'm not going to read her proclamation as this will be presented at the LAFCO board on June 22nd, I believe, yeah, the meeting on June 22nd. And the second proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad honoring Randy Bangs upon his retirement. He's the superintendent of the Soledad Unified School District. He will be retiring, and I'm not going to read the proclamation either, as this will be presented at the school board meeting on June 24th. And our third proclamation for today is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming June 19th as Juneteenth. And this will be featured also on our city's website, and the city offices will also be closed on Friday as well. Okay, so with that, we will move on then to our next item of business, and that will be our consent calendar. I'll put these here. And so for today, we have 6 items on our consent calendar. So any members of the public, let's start with any members of the public wish to pull any items from our consent calendar for discussion or comment. Okay, seeing none, let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom would like to pull an item from our consent calendar for comment or discussion. Okay, seeing no hands raised, and I will bring it back to the council. If there's any members of the council that wish to pull an item from our consent calendar for comment or discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to pull C6.
Okay.
And I like to pull C3.
Okay. So we have item C6 and C3. Okay. And so with that, then I will I'll entertain a motion for approval of all the other agenda, all the other consent items with the exception of C3 and C6.
So
So,
moved.
second,
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez and a second by Councilwoman Banuelos. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Any, sorry, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you. So, Councilwoman Banuelos, item C-3.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to share this to the public as well. Saw that our Solid Lady of Solitude Church will be having their event, but I wanted to
If you could
see.
turn on your microphone,
Oh, sorry.
please.
So, thank you. I wanted to mention that their annual fiesta is a great event for our community. But I do see here, I attend it every year, with the exception of last year. I wanted to see if we're able to, it's maybe we can give them a certificate because it's going to be their 40 years doing that.
They're 4 years?
40 years. 40 years. And then also, I don't know if we can bring that up to Lupita or Father Claudio. I do request if they're able to do more of a section of the kids' activities, because I do see that there's not as much kids' activities. They're just walking through the food booths and everything. I mean, it's great, but I do want to make sure that there's a space for the kids to have like a kids' corner for kids' activities.
Point of information, are we able to ask that for these in-kind service requests?
I was going to clarify, sorry. Thank
Yeah.
you for the question, that the action for the temporary use permit and the in-kind services is for the street closure only and not for the event. The event is privately held by the church, and the action is to approve the street closure and in-kind services presented in the staff report.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so is that clear?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is it my turn? No, sorry. For C-6, I know that it's a consulting services agreement. Well, one, it says 110 and 111 on the staff report, just FYI, but also, I have a little bit of a concern because I know that we've been having a lot of these IT issues. And so I'm concerned a little bit about extending a contract for $110,000. And I'm wondering if we've looked at other options, maybe other consultants that are on the peninsula or in the Tri-County instead. I believe they are a little bit further out.
Actually, the primary point person is located in Salinas,
Oh, okay.
and he was here just yesterday. And so actually, I think the challenges with our services really aren't a reflection of the current contractors. It's a lot of bad infrastructure that has been built up on over time. So we're basically having a lot of failures in servers that were over a decade old. And so more recently, some of the challenges that we've had in PD have been servers hosted by Surveillance Grid and TrackNet that were old and needed to be updated. So today we did have a little challenge because I think we, in terms of the YouTube channel, we had a 2-factor authentication, and the I think Diego has the phone for that and he's out of town. So I think we are going to resolve that issue in the future. We do have a system where all of those passwords are stored, and this was I don't think thought about the phone authentic. I'm having a hard time saying that authentication. We didn't, all the passwords are in one place where we have access, but this one two-factor authentication wasn't stored in that. So we tried to get a hold of Diego, but he's in Mexico. So yeah, we were unsuccessful. But lesson learned. This is kind of a foible that has nothing to do with the consultants, but something that we're gonna improve in our systems. And Mike has it on his to-do list because he now oversees IT. So, but they've been, I will have to say that they've been really good. We've gone from the difference between this is we are going from Robin's contract, it was an hourly rate.
Mhm.
Now we're having a flat rate. And it's for both Robin and Edward is located here in Salinas. So he's made a really good presence, and they spent all weekend transferring data over and working on servers. So they've been very responsive. So I just wanted to put that out. It's not
Okay.
the consultant's fault. It's the system that we're kind of starting. It's kind of like we have a house that was built on a rotten foundation, and now we're fixing the foundation, but things are affecting the house because we're having to fix it while we keep the house standing. So
And what are we doing to fix it?
like all sorts of things, we're replacing the servers, which council approved. We have significant cables and switches that have to be changed over. We've had to migrate tons of data. Not just in City Hall, the police department, and also at the wastewater, or I need to stop saying water reclamation facility. And then we've just had a lot of things. We've had Wi-Fi antennas that weren't the right antennas put in. We did a lot of infrastructure, buying things off of Amazon that were really residential, infrastructure. And so we've been slowly kind of upgrading those things.
And are these upgrades part of the scope of work of the consultants, or is this done separately?
No, they have done this within the scope of and they will continue to finish out these infrastructure projects with the flat fee. And we have explored, I had conversations with other providers in the area, and the reason why we settled on this team
Mhm.
is because they or operate in Greenfield.
Hmm.
And we have a lot of the similar systems, and we thought that it would create a lot of redundancies if we could cross train. So in an emergency situation, Greenfield could support Soledad, or vice versa. We could support Greenfield. So we've built a lot of synergy between our IT teams.
Wonderful.
Good questions. Thank you.
Megan, if I can just follow up. So the contract, because I know the contract has a Sacramento address, so their home base is in Sacramento, but the consultants that work repairing the items or that work for us are local.
One is local, one is located in Salinas, and the other, Robin, who's the primary, is in Sacramento, but travels. A lot of his business is here. So he's often, he's regularly here in the area doing the work. But the person, and the reason why he partnered with Edward was to provide that immediate personnel that can be on the ground in 30 minutes from Salinas.
Got it. Thank you. And then I have one more question on all the significant issues, because you listed, there's a whole slew of issues. So thank you saying that we have a foundation was not good. So all of the issues that were listed, the ongoing IT, configuration, monitoring, testing, all of those issues, and those are all of the items that they are actually working on as part of the scope of work of items that need to be done as part of this contract that we're entering into for them to address all of these issues.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question for you, and I don't know, maybe this doesn't apply, but would there be a need to look at or establish like a council ad hoc committee to be able to look at alternatives as we move forward of what other IT support issues the city may need in the future, other alternatives, best alternatives. I know we've transitioned from consulting to in-house, and now consulting again, kind of an analysis of what is the best model? Is it a hybrid model? Is it, would that be something that would be
No.
necessary? Or how can we best support, I think, as a council to be able to get at the end, after this contract is over, if it's a year and it's approved, for us to be able to look at what is the best model moving forward so we can remedy the IT concerns that have been happening.
So I think this contract will end with the systems address towards the end of next year. I think it's probably appropriate to evaluate whether it makes sense to do an RFP for services. I mean, ideally, we wanted to hire an IT manager, but as described in my report, that we were unsuccessful and it's very hard to recruit. So one thing we are doing is we're looking at the salary for an IT manager. We are using our free in-kind RGS service to look at that. But this is very, very highly technical, and unless you're in IT, these are doctors really of technology. I don't know that would necessarily be useful. I can definitely share and we could do maybe in November, December, we can have the IT folks come in. Robin can give a little presentation on the things that he's done and what has been done. But I think that it's a miracle that we are where we're at. I mean, if you saw where we started, maybe I could show you some pictures of the closets to where we are now. I mean, it's night and day. We didn't have firewalls before. We have, good firewalls, cloud-based storage. We didn't have backup storage. So we're really night and day, I think. We've made significant progress, and I thank the council because you all have approved, funding to put towards these critical infrastructure, including servers. That continuing to help to look at those investments, even though they're expensive and we have a challenging budget. I think that's the greatest help that you've already provided, and hopefully if we come up with other things can continue to support. But for right now, I think this is the best path forward. They're kind of in the middle of doing all of these things, and so having someone else come in is going to cost more money, delay the progress. But at the towards the end of the year, I do think it's fair to reevaluate and look and see, do we try to hire someone? Are we at that point where we can hire someone? Or B, if we, look to see what else is out there.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. And my last, just as a follow-up, because I know with all of this, and as you're talking about what other resources, just if we can follow up on the grant possibility from Congresswoman Lofgren, especially on some of the servers for the police department and some of the other IT. I think that's coming up in August. So hopefully that would give us an opportunity for additional funding capacity. Okay, thank you. So if no further comments on that, then I will entertain a motion then to approve item C-3 and C-6. Okay, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilwoman Bañuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move on to our next, we have several public hearings today. So we'll move on to our first public hearing, public hearing number 1. And this is public hearing number 1, and this is resolution number 6382, 6383. I'm just going to read them, but this is the one that we changed the order where we're starting with Rancho San Vicente, Orchard Villas, and then Diamond Ridge. And I'm just going to read them as they are in the council report for now. Resolution 6382, 6383, 6384, 6385, and 6386. Resolutions of the City Council of the City of Soledad ordering the levy and collection assessments for various districts for fiscal year 26-27. And so we will receive the staff report. We will open up the public hearing. We will close the public hearing, and then we will bring it back to council action. And so Megan, on this one, then let me just go into, we will start with Rancho San Vicente. And so I'll turn it over to Juan Huerta, our assistant engineer, to walk us through that.
Hi, thank you. Like the mayor said, we're here for the public hearing for the intent to levy. We have our consultant DTA on the line. They prepared a little presentation on the changes they made from the original intent to levy, I guess. And I'll just turn it over to them and they can walk through their presentation for you.
Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and share my screen and make sure everyone can see that. All right. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, well, hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kyle Martinez, and I'm a manager with DTA. I'm going to present a brief slide deck, which gives an overview on assessment districts and summarizes the final assessments for fiscal year 2026-27. Benefit assessment districts, and I'll do this pretty briefly, but these were adopted as part of the Benefit Assessment Act of 1982 and authorize local governments and special districts to levy property-related assessments to fund, operate, and maintain public facilities such as flood control, drainage, and street lighting and maintenance. And then the maintenance assessment districts were adopted as part of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, and these authorize local governments to levy assessments to fund the installation, operation, and maintenance of public landscaping, streetlights, parks, and recreational facilities. The amount of the assessment levied on each lot or parcel of land must be proportional to the estimated special benefits received by each property. The original approval for each of these assessment districts included an annual CPI adjustment, which allows the assessments to keep in line with inflation and increased costs. To continue levying assessments annually, these acts require approval of an engineer's report, an intent meeting, and a public hearing, which is what we are doing today. The city's 5 assessment districts on today's agenda were formed to levy and collect assessments to pay for the costs and expenses of operating, maintaining, and servicing improvements in public facilities located within the boundaries of these districts. For fiscal year 26-27, we followed the same methodology as last year and prior years, and we've implemented the annual adjustments for each district, which is a fixed 3% increase for Rancho San Vicente, the February CPI increase for the Orchard Villas districts, and then the April CPI increase for the Diamond Ridge districts. This will also be summarized in a later slide. This slide summarizes the changes from the May 20th intent meeting, which are also outlined in the staff report. These are changes that affect the final engineer's report or the final assessment per EDU. For Orchard Villas, for the MAD, we've corrected a reference from a 61-acre park to 0.61 acres. We've also adjusted the EDU count to reflect properties that are no longer vacant based on parcel research that was conducted. So that reduced the assessment per EDU from the $650.48 figure shown at the intent meeting to $610.32 per EDU. And then the April CPI increase has also become available since the intent meeting, which increased the CPI change from 2.48% to 3.8%. And this only affects the Diamond Ridge assessments. And then this table summarizes the proposed assessment rates and changes for fiscal year 26-27, as well as the cost index that's being used for each district, and then the primary services being funded. Compared to fiscal year 25-26, the Rancho San Vicente assessment is increasing by $25.33 per EDU. The Diamond Ridge BAD is increasing by $16.10 per EDU. The Diamond Ridge MAD is increasing by $18.27 per EDU. The Orchard Villas MAD is increasing by $13.22 per EDU, and then the Orchard Villas BAD is increasing by $7.16 per EDU. And the final slide summarizes the estimated assessment collection for each district in fiscal year 26-27, which is also outlined in the staff report and totals approximately $978,938 overall across all 5 districts. And this is an overall increase of $28,373 approximately compared to fiscal year 25-26. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Kyle, thank you so much for the report, and thank you so much for also clarifying some of the changes that were made from the last hearing that we had as well. Appreciate that. Okay, so let me open up the public hearing, and then we will bring it back to close the public hearing, and then if there's any council action. So at this time, then I will open up the public hearing at 7:31. And I will take it out to those members of the council that are joining us here. I'm sorry, I will take it out to our residents that are joining us here in our council chambers. If there's any comments or questions in regards to the presentation that was provided.
Just for clarification purposes, so the public hearing is for any comments that we may have on any 5 of the assessment districts that are before the council for approval this evening, and the assessments as well.
Thank you for that clarification from our city attorney. So do we have any public comments? Okay, seeing no public comments from those that are, seeing no public comments from our chambers, I will take it out to our public comments from those that may be joining us via Zoom. Any public comments from those joining us via Zoom? Okay, I see no hands raised from those joining us via Zoom. So just one more time, just to make sure that I captured any public comments from those that are joining us on Zoom. And this is for public hearing number 1. Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will close the public comment period at 7:32. And I will bring it back then for council comments, questions, or council action.
And I think at this point, we do want to take them.
Yeah, through the chair, in the order that the city manager had first announced, which is we have no conflicts with respect to the Rancho San Vicente.
Okay, so we will do then, thank you for reminding me that. So we will go ahead and take then Rancho San Vicente first. So this is, oh, yes.
If we have like general questions not pertaining to necessarily one of these, but like to all of them, is that allowed or no?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have a question?
Yeah, so I see like what the totals are, and it's nice to see what the totals are. What like specific things have we paid for in the past with these funds? I know it like lays it out, like, oh, that can be used for X, Y, and Z, but like what specific things have we been doing with these funds?
We've been doing a lot of different things. We use it to maintain the parks. Some of that, we have public works staff that are charged a percentage for maintaining, for example, Orchard Lane Park. We also have done a lot of street maintenance. We actually, I think we'll be doing slurry seal in the assessment district. So we use the funding for that. We use the funding for the utility bills for the street lights or the parks lights, repairs and things of that nature. Sound walls are a big thing. We, help maintain the sound walls. They sometimes get tagged, so we make sure that they get painted. I don't know if Juan or Don wanted to add any other highlights.
Maybe the sidewalks on
Oh, I forgot about the sidewalks.
Orchard Lane pathway as well.
Yeah.
Anything, that's basically it.
Great, thank you. Could we possibly have our community engagement department highlight these as we're doing? I know that I've seen them done, but I think just continuing to do so might be helpful for the public for their awareness.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, actually. So yes, we will.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the council? No. Okay. Thank you for that. I just I know, and so following up on that comment, I know I made my comments last time, but Juan, just on that, because I know the council, I mean, the report articulates for each of those assessment districts what work is going to be done. And so that is accurate, right? For each of those assessment districts, it does have, because it shows a table, how much it's going to cost, what you guys are doing. So every year when you guys present this, that is a work that is scheduled to be done.
Yes, it's either for work that's scheduled to be done or for services that need to be paid from those assessments. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so then if there's no further comments or questions from the council, then we will go ahead and then take approval for
Entertain a motion.
For Rancho San Vicente. And let me go here. Mike, do we need to do for a resolution 6386 Rancho San Vicente MAD levy and Rancho San Vicente MAD final engineers report?
That's just a report, so.
Okay. So just for this one?
Right.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for approval of resolution number 6386 Rancho San Vicente MAD levy.
So.
Okay, and second?
Second.
Oh, sorry, I second it. So, sorry, I should just say I second that, for next time, just to be clear. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Mayor Pro Tem, made the motion and I second the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, so now we will take, the second, item, which is Orchard Villas. And this is
So-
Orchard. Oh, so
Yeah,
no.
so no, that's correct. Sorry, Mayor. If we could give Councilmember Cabrera a moment to leave the room.
Okay,
And just by way of explanation, Councilmember Cabrera needs to step out because of the fact that he lives in either within one of the affected districts or in close proximity being within 500 feet.
okay, okay. So I will entertain a motion to approve Orchard Villas MAD Orchard. Resolution number 6385, Orchard Villas Miravalle 2, bad levy. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's resolution.
6385?
Could she take also 6384?
No, it's better actually to do them separately.
Okay, 6385. So council, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 6385.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Banuelos and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, now we will move on to Diamond Ridge.
No, we see
No?
the other
Oh.
Orchard Villas.
Sorry, resolution. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6384, Orchard Villas Miravalle 2, MAD levy.
Motion to
Bill.
approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Banuelos and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion is approved.
It's okay. It's okay.
No.
So now,
So
now
now,
I will have to, okay, so now I have to leave because I also have a conflict because I live within 500 feet of Diamond Ridge. So I will recuse myself.
And Councilmember Caldera also has the conflict as well.
yes,
So-
call
Cabrera.
Cabrera.
Oh, Cabrera. Then we were three, right? Yeah.
You come
Yeah. This is going to be a lot easier once the districting voting kicks in, because then we won't have the same types of conflicts.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
I'm gonna now filibuster this so I can share the rest of them. Just kidding. All right, so council, can I entertain a motion for approving Diamond Ridge? I'm sorry, this is
Resolution.
really hard to see. Diamond Ridge, MAD, so resolution number 6383.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion on the floor by Councilwoman Benjuelo, second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion approved. Next, I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6382, Diamond Ridge BAD levy. If I can entertain a motion for resolution number 6382.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Caldera, second by Councilwoman Manuelos. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Next time, can we like bullet them or something? They're really hard to see.
Part of the issues, we have the system that we
That's
have
right.
a little less control over, but we'll see what we can do.
Like
All
reading
right.
the one.
Another one that's,
I don't know if we wanted to invite.
It's good that you're hiding.
there we go. There's some.
Efficiency.
Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes. There.
Okay, well, thank you for that. As we deal with this every year. Okay, so we'll move on now to our next item of business, which is our public hearing number 2. And this is a resolution number, we have 2 resolutions under this one, resolution number 6375, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad certifying an environmental impact report adopting CEQA findings and a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed Almond Acres project. And ordinance number 781, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad announcing findings and approving a plan unit development, PUD 24002, investing tentative subdivision map, TM-24003, for a 12.48 acre subdivision located on the west side of Orchard Lane and Cedar Lane, APN 022-281-005 in the R-1 High Density Residential Zoning District. So we will follow the same order. We will receive the staff report. We will open up the public hearing. We will close the public hearing, and then we will bring it back for council action. So with that, I will turn the mic over to Ariana for the report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council. Today I'll be doing a brief presentation on Almond Acres. As noted in the staff report, the applicant is also here with us today and would like to do a brief presentation on the project in terms of the timeline of the proposed project. And just to clarify, the action before the City Council tonight is to introduce and conduct the first reading by title only of ordinance number 781 and to review the resolution 6375 that's provided in the staff report. Both items are scheduled to return to the council for consideration and adoption on July 1st. As mentioned, this is a planned unit development investing tentative map application. Due to the size of the project and obviously conformance with CEQA, we do have to go through an environmental assessment which concluded in a focused environmental report, which we'll get into details further down the presentation. Because of those actions, we do need to certify the environmental work first before approving the proposed entitlements. So once we're ready to take this project for formal adoption, the first action would be to approve Resolution 6375. All the work that is presented to the City Council was also presented to the Planning Commission on a special public hearing on June 1st. The Planning Commission voted to recommend to the City Council to certify, adopt the CEQA findings, statements of overriding considerations, and MMRP, which is the Mitigation Monitoring Report Program, and also approve the Planned Unit Development Investing Tentative Map. The next slide, please. So the proposed project is creating 55 single-family homes with 12 multifamily apartments. As mentioned, this process with CEQA had to started back in 2022 when the application was submitted, and the work with the environmental assessment started in 2023. So we've been a long way working on the project. And the consideration tonight is to review the project approvals and also the environmental work. Next slide. So this is the project location. The entire parcel is 12.4 acre site, but ultimately the construction site is about 8 acres. The mobile home park that is currently there will be remaining. We did do outreach before the meeting as well to those that are within the vicinity. As a requirement, we have to notice this project within 300-foot radius. So we did do that as well. And we hand delivered a notice to the mobile home park residents as well. So currently the project site is vacant, degraded infill site. It will be providing those 55 single family home units. And in order to meet the affordable housing requirement, the developer is partnering with a nonprofit agency to help with the construction and management of the site. The site itself is in the heart of Soledad, in the center of Soledad, adjacent to residential neighborhoods, schools, right behind our community center, as well as nearby pocket parks. Next slide. This is the site through aerial view. As mentioned, the mobile home park will remain. There will be some adjustments in terms of the circulation of the proposed streets, but the mobile home park will ultimately remain. There is existing single family home there that will be demolished as a condition of approval if approved, and they would have to go through the appropriate testing and demolition requirements. And then there's the 3 modular units that were there are no longer in the site. Next slide, please. So this is a proposed vesting tentative map on the screen. As mentioned, there are 55 single family homes, and then there's a dedicated parcel, 0.38 acres for parcel B, which is where the affordable housing component will be located. Again, that affordable housing component is in compliance with the 20% inclusionary requirement. And it would be created through this PUD investing tentative map process. Other improvements proposed throughout the vesting tentative map are the internal streets, stormwater requirements, sidewalks, and utilities, which is a requirement for any vesting project that is brought forward. This is a closer look up at the map and the proposed project site where the affordable housing units will be located. And then to highlight the open space area and then stormwater requirements are located on parcel C. This is a brief summary of the proposed single family development standards. As we see, there is a variety of range of lot sizes, which is what is created through this vesting tentative map process and planned unit development process. So there's a range of lot sizes, which we conform to affordable by design in terms of having smaller lot sizes than your normal traditional single family lots, which by our development standards, our traditional lots are now about 5,000 square feet. And this has been changed from where it was originally 6,000. So as we go moving forward and trying to find different ways to implement more affordable housing by design, we are looking at, implementing more small lot subdivisions. However, there's also the range of providing larger lots, which is the largest in this project would be 7,298. So it does offer that various lot sizing as part of the PUD process. Next slide, please. Again, this is a conceptual master plan of how that could look like in terms of the lotting exhibit where the single family homes will be located. As a requirement, the developer is supposed to provide 4 different master plans, which includes different architectural types, to make sure that not each house looks the same. And they offer a variety of staggering setbacks. Another requirement or deviation that the applicant is requesting is deviation from front yard setbacks, which is not a lot. You know, a requirement is typically 20 feet. Some lots are proposing up to 15, and not all of them are. I believe more than half are complying with the 20-foot requirement. Next slide, please. These are the models that are presented in the entitlement package. We see that these are the traditional architectural standards that are used within Soledad and that meet our community design guidelines. Next slide. So 2 models are 1-story homes, and then 2 models are 2-story homes that are models to what was previously done at Liberty Court. This is the same developer as well from the Liberty Court, which was a previous project approved back in 2019. These are the proposed master plans for the site plans. Again, these are the setbacks. I believe in this example, we see that some of the proposed site plans are meeting those development standards where we require at least 10-foot yard setbacks and then the 20 front yard setback. And then some of are being asked to deviate from that where they only want the 15-foot setback on the front, which everything else would comply, including the backyard as well. Next slide. And then we get into the multifamily component. As mentioned, the lot size is 0.3 acres, and it is providing 12 units. When it comes to a multifamily component, there is that open space requirement, but given the proximity to the other recreational parks and the community center, and being 100% affordable project, there's also an exemption that can be asked on that end to not meet that open space requirement. Right now, they're providing about 350 common space area, and that's provided in the multifamily component, whereas the requirement is about 2,400 square feet for the entire unit. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed site plan for the multifamily component. As you can see, there is a common space area. And one of the ideas, also from the developer, was to create connectivity between the new subdivision and neighboring area. So farther down in the presentation, we'll show you where we're adding or conditioning the project to create pedestrian walkway between neighborhoods so that it's easier for residents to connect from Liberty Court over to the proposed subdivision, which through the outreach that we've done with the mobile home park, it's something that they were requesting because they see that there's a lot of students that jump the fences or walk through there to go across town. So that's something that the project is implementing. This is a site plan and architectural package of the proposed multifamily project. Next slide. And again, so why is this a planned unit development? It's asking for flexible lot sizes. Again, we go with that concept that talks about affordable by design, and it's actually an incentive that that is brought up in our housing elements that we conform in order to create more housing and increase density as possible. Coordinate neighborhood design, integration of affordable housing, improve circulation and connectivity. And then it's an efficient infill development. Even though we have to go through the environmental assessment, we have to consider that this is still an infill development site. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there's the open space and connectivity design. So the developer proposed to connect the pathway by the open space area, which is by parcel C, and it's also close to parcel B with affordable parcel is located. The Orchard Lane Park is across the street, a few blocks down, a few feet down. And it's also adjacent to Rotary Park. I know there's a fencing situation that we could, that will need to be managed between Rotary Park and that connection, but also creates a connection towards Liberty Court, which allows residents to walk across town as a easier way and easier access. Next slide. In terms of circulation and parking, based on the number of units, which is 55 single-family homes, they are required to provide at least 220 parking spaces. This is including driveway and garage, as a garage in our municipal code is a covered space requirement, parking space requirement. And they are providing the driveway and sized garage to meet those requirements. In addition, the on-street parking, which these will be public streets and will be dedicated to the city for maintenance, are with the city standards. So they're 50 feet wide streets. I believe that's the standard, can accommodate about 100 more parking on-street spaces. So in total, they're providing, plus the multifamily housing on-site spaces, are providing 334 spaces for those new units. Next slide. One of the things with this project review is that it will be conditioned with a red curb on the cul-de-sacs due to fire and emergency access. So a study was done to make sure that emergency vehicles can go through there with that and not get impacted by on-street parking in terms of turning and going into the neighborhood. So as a condition of approval, those cul-de-sacs will be red curbed to help minimize those impacts. So we've talked about the project approvals, what they're requesting and what the project is proposing. We're now focusing on the CEQA process. The purpose of CEQA is to ensure the environmental impacts are studied, disclosed to the public, and considered by decision makers before a project is approved. Therefore, once the project is ready for approval, the action for Resolution 6375 will go first. Without that formal approval, the entitlements cannot move forward. So for Almond Acres, the initial study was prepared, the EIR was prepared, public review and agency comments were submitted to the city. Those are your technical agencies such as Fish and Wildlife. We also received some comments from MST as mentioned in the staff report. And due to, we follow the entire CEQA process, we developed the mitigation measures and incorporated that into the conditions of approval. Because we found that throughout that process that we would have significant impacts when it came to vehicles mile travels, which is VMTs. We have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, acknowledging that it's a significant impact and unavoidable throughout the CEQA process, that this project and the public benefit outweighs the significant impact of VMT. And we can get a little bit more into that throughout the presentation. So as I mentioned in the initial study, it identified potential impacts. The only impact found throughout that initial study was the focus vehicles miles travel, which is the VMT. So we prepared that notice of preparation on March 10th, 2025, and the draft EIR was circulated from the June 27th through August 11, 2025. So the conclusion of that focus EIR was that most impacts mitigated less than of the initial study was that most impacts were mitigated to less than significant. The VMT impact remains significant and unavoidable. Therefore, we have to do a final EIR for certification, provide CEQA findings, statement of overriding considerations, and adopt an MMRP, which is the mitigation, which are additional conditions to the project to help reduce environmental impacts. So under CEQA, if the project has environmental impacts that cannot be fully avoided, the city must evaluate those impacts along with the project's overall public benefits before making a final decision. So the Planning Commission and the City Council will independently review the environmental analysis, mitigation measures, and project benefits before taking action. The environmental review evaluated impacts to streets, utilities, and public services. The project includes proposed public streets and infrastructure improvements designed to support the development and connect it to the city's existing systems. So based on the technical studies and environmental analysis identified in the infrastructure impacts are addressed through required improvements, project conditions, or disclosed in the EIR in accordance to CEQA requirements. As I mentioned, the agencies that provided comment was the Native American Heritage Commission, Monterey Salinas Transit, which is MST, PG&E, Caltrans, Monterey Bay Air Resource District, Fish and Wildlife. And as part of that coordination with agencies, we received comments from MST, so we will be continuing collaborating with them to try to accommodate ongoing circulator bus as needed, and see how we can still continue that partnership that we've been ongoing with them. So in entirety of the project, we see that this is still meeting our general plan as, creating more housing. It is relationship to it's a residential area, so it's consistent with the proposed project. It encourages infill. It directs higher density to areas served by a wide range of urban uses. So again, there's schools, parks in the near vicinity. But most importantly, it just helps us meet the housing element and our goals and policies within our housing element. We obtained 100% affordable housing units, as well as 55 single family homes. And it's also part of our strategic plan that we want to pursue more housing and streamline as much as possible. During the Planning Commission discussion, there was about 4 public comments submitted. Those public comments were submitted to staff, and they were concerned about the VMT impact. And we clarified during the Planning Commission discussion that that is the CEQA process we have to go. And ultimately, the project is conditioned to help analyze traffic as an existing condition and apply traffic improvements as needed in terms of stop signs, crosswalks to help, and turning lanes to help with that circulation in the vicinity of the area. So that was clarified throughout the Planning Commission. The same notice was also sent to the same group of people for this public hearing in case they had additional questions. During that hearing, Planning Commission favored the housing development for the needed affordable housing component. Staff clarified that this is not a private development, as we received a public comment that the streets were not capable of the proposed project. Streets and open space areas will be dedicated to the city. Therefore, streets have to meet city standards, which they currently do. Conditions are, again, added into the permit to help avoid any impacts. And again, the action tonight is to introduce the proposed ordinance, read by title only, and review resolution 6375, as they will be both scheduled for July 1st if there's no significant changes after tonight's hearing. And then I know there is a developer that would like to add a little more background information on the project.
Thank you. So Mike, just clarification before we open it up for the public, so we can have them present, and then we open it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. So we have Mike Nuno with us, the developer.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mike Nuno with Nuno Homes, and appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a long haul. Ariana stole most of my thunder. We pretty much have a very similar presentation, so I'll make this very, very quick. Next slide, please. Well, there you can see it. There's the entire area, and then just the part that we have carved out for the subdivision, leaving the trailer park as it is, surrounded by houses and schools and parks and whatnot. Next slide, please. A little bit closer view. Earlier on, when we brought this up in front of the ad hoc committee for affordable housing a few years ago. There was some questions on the trailers, but those people have since relocated their trailers. So that's been taken care of. Next slide. Real quick, you already saw this with Ariana, but it gives you a visual kind of presentation of what we're up to with the trailer park, the blue being the single family, the yellow being the apartment site, and the green being the stormwater facilities. Next slide. These are some of our projects that we've done in the past, including Liberty Court, which is adjacent to this site, and then Arboleta down in King City and some other projects in Greenfield. Next slide. This is our current project at Mills Ranch in King City. Next slide. Okay, again, we kind of abbreviated my presentation because Ariana kind of went through it in detail. But our next steps in the future is go ahead and complete the hearings in the next few months and hopefully start grading this fall. Home construction would start in the spring if we were successful with the prior steps. And of course, project completion, that depends on sales and absorption rate and a lot of other things. But at this point, we project it to be in the spring of 2029. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. So with that, Mike, I want to also offer, sorry, this mic, sorry. This mic. So I know we have, there's an affordable component here, and I know Dana from Chispa is here as well. So can we also offer her the same opportunity to come if there's a couple? Dana Cleary from Chispa, if you also want to make a couple of comments since you're here in the audience as well.
I'm here. Thank you. I'm Dana Cleary, Director of Real Estate Development for Chispa. We've worked with Mike quite a while, and we look forward to working with him on this. Right now, we're just about to start our 40-unit apartment building down in the Mills Ranch subdivision in King City, or we have just started it. And this one, we've been sort of waiting, sitting back, waiting to see. I think I found a text from Mike almost 3 years ago on my phone about this development. So we're looking forward to him getting rolling, and then we'll step in and work with him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, then we will now open up the public hearing. So I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at 8:07. So any members of the public that wish to make any comments on
Yeah, they're gonna do the
Resolution 6375 and Ordinance 781. If you can come to the podium, please.
First, I want to thank you for eliminating the process fee on my utility bill payment. Yay! Thank you to the extended
So
team.
you can say thank you to Mike Howard there. Thank you.
On the web. Wonderful. So I appreciate that. Now for my official comments on public record. My name is Judy Jones. I live in one of the 18 mobile homes very happily, very gratefully. And I think that my key concern has been addressed. So I apologize that I wasn't able to get through all 371 pages that were posted. I did get to look at the map. I have paid attention in the presentations. So again, I think my concern's been addressed. And that is considerations for traffic, pedestrian safety, and just safety for the neighborhood, teenagers, preteens, the comment earlier about climbing fences. And my concern is that for this extended area of Almond Acres that is planned, that there is safe and easy access, direct access, not just to Orchard Lane Park to the east, but direct access west to the pool, recreation, and community center area. And I literally mean direct access. So there was mention of a pedestrian walkways area. again, the point is to not force these families that are already going to have a lot of congestion on Orchard, to not force them to drive their children, one trip there and one trip back all the way around to the community area and to the pool, which would add to the, traffic problem that's already been addressed. So I guess what I'm doing is I'm asking a question. Is there direct access? And I think that's it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the there is going to be a walkway from the you want the map? Oh, okay. No. Oh, okay.
Any of the maps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No worries. So there's going to be a storm basin on the side right behind the community center, and there is a walkway proposed. It was actually something that came throughout the design process, and it's connecting towards Liberty Courts Basin as well, because they have a stormwater basin on that corner on the opposite side. I think the idea is also to connect up to Rotary Park, but we would have to talk to the Mission Rec to see if we're able to collaborate and put a fence through there, as is, I believe it's currently, there's a wooden fence to Rotary Park. So that would be a step that we can collaborate on, but the pathway is being put by the developer throughout the construction process.
Diana, I have a question, because when we are also being asked to approve the tentative maps.
Mm-hmm.
And so the tentative map would need to have that included, right? Before we approve it. So I know we're not approving it tonight, but it'll be in July. So would that need to be there? My concern is once we approve a tentative map, I want to make sure that it includes all of those features. So would that be part of what would be included by July? Can that feature be added to the tentative map?
We can look into it, definitely add it. It is part of the main of the entitlement package, which is the site plan. On page, I believe you mentioned Councilmember Cabrera 410. Yes, so correct. So in this picture, I have a snip of that site plan, which on the corner, that's where the walkway is connecting. I don't know if it can be added within the vesting tenant map, which we can still make that change and look into it and bring it back on July 1st. If that's what the council is asking for, we can look into it. We just have to conform with the Subdivision Map Act and what the requirement would look like.
And may I?
Oh, I know it is part of the site plan, but I think in the package. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was gonna.
Oh, yes, it is right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention it is in the tentative map. So thank you.
Oh, good. So thank you. So I have it here, but I just can't see it. So thank you for noting that, because I think for me, my fear is because we've approved other tentative maps, and I know once we approve them, then it's really hard to come back. So thank you for making sure that, so it is in the tentative map, and that's there. Thank you. Okay.
Hello,
Thank you.
My name is Joe Espacio. I live in a mobile home park at Auburn Acres. And my question is, I wasn't gonna say nothing. One of my trailer borders the Chispa housing. I'd like to know, and it doesn't show on the map, because on the plans, I've looked at them. What kind of barrier is gonna be between me and the Chispa apartments?
Yeah, that's standard neighborhood fence.
Is it be a wooden fence or cement fence?
No, it's a wooden fence.
Okay, now is that gonna be like 6 foot or 10 foot? Because if we're next to an apartment.
So let me have our Ariana come up here to make sure that we have those comments addressed.
End of your comments, sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, so right now as the project is, it's a standard 6 foot tall fence, which is what our height requirement is, and standard residential fence. And it seems like one of the concerns of the resident is that it wouldn't be as sturdy enough for the maintenance of it. So right now the project just has it as a residential fence itself as a condition for that requirement, that perimeter enclosure.
Okay. Megan.
And I just through the chair, and that's a standard practice when you have multifamily integrated into a residential neighborhood. I know that Chispa will, as they move forward, we still have to approve ultimately the project, and I'm sure that they are interested in working with, not to put Dana on the spot, but I'm sure they're willing to work with the neighborhood to ensure that the project is designed sensitively. But we don't want to create this is a great asset for a community. We have, it's not unusual to have multiple family. And so you don't want to create barriers or, a stigma attached to a housing project. I know I also live in a neighborhood where there's multifamily all around, and it's just integrated at the corners of the neighborhood. I don't know, Dana, if it's okay, Mayor, through the chair, if she can just confirm. I don't want to speak for Chispa, but
Yeah, Dana, if you want to come to the podium.
We design our buildings to be as beautiful as we can, and we try to make them as secure for our tenants as we can. So that's what we do. We typically build a good 6-foot wooden fence, and that has always proved to be effective for us to keep people out of our property.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And
We're
Joe,
not
so
imprisoning our tenants in the
Yeah.
property.
yeah, Joe,
I think we just need to be clear. I'm not sure what we're all talking about, but yeah, a neighborhood fence that's new and looks good. That's our plan.
yeah, and I think I can, Joe, if I can just add some comments to that, because I think what we are trying to build, obviously, there's different segments of what this community is going to look like, and I've had the fortune to work with Chispa for many, many years in different communities in Soledad, in Salinas, and then here in Soledad as well. And I know that they have a good reputation in terms of maintaining their properties and building nice quality affordable housing, right? I know sometimes the word affordable is could be a little bit of a stigma to people, but we want to make sure that it's an integrated type of project where everybody feels included, and the properties that they build are really they're really nice properties, and the maintenance is really high quality as well. So we want to make sure it's a nice property and the maintenance levels are really high quality too. So I just want to make sure that we address that. Yes.
I think that, well, at least from my perspective, I know that Chispa does really good with the properties, but I think that the perspective that we're missing a little bit is the residents. So yes, your residents will feel comfortable, but the question is how they feel. If they feel better if it was 2 feet longer than 6, because the things that are happening is now people jumping into the homes, the Chispa homes, versus people jumping into their homes. And when you go and see those houses, they are a little bit under they're going to be vulnerable, and 2 feet will make them feel probably better. So also, I understand that Chispa builds really nice
I
homes,
guess
but
all I want to say is right now it's a vacant lot and anybody can jump into the mobile homes at any time.
no,
And
yes,
what we're building are 6 studios and 6 1-bedrooms.
but
which
I don't
will-
think it's anything about Chispa in particular.
Yeah, anyone
They-
who builds this
they
small
wanna
building,
feel comfortable.
as do we.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think just again, Ariana, so I think the standard is 6 feet. So I just
Yeah.
want to go back to what our
We want to
regulations are.
comply with the city.
Yeah, so
standard.
our regulations are, I mean, that's our regulations for our fence.
Mhm.
So, I mean, just so we could go back, that's that's our regulations that we have. So whether we want a bigger or smaller, I mean, when we have bigger, it's a regulation, correct, Daniela? If I can have you just reiterate
Yes.
that.
So we cannot have fences higher than 6 feet. That would require a different permitting process type and sometimes you can get a conditional permit if you're located on an alleyway, if anything, but because this is within a residential zone, our development standard is 6 feet. I think if anything, what the concern is the type of material, whether it's a wooden or it's something else different than the wooden fence. So that right now the project as condition is with a wooden fence that they have to meet as a requirement. The different type of fencing that they are providing is the sound wall that goes down Orchard Lane that is currently there existing within the Vintage Estate subdivision. That same sound wall is just going to continue down for that privacy of residential neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so with that, then let's move on to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's, well, let me just make sure that there's no more additional comments from here, from those that are joining us here. Oh, do you have written comments? Okay, so let's take the written comments and then let me move on to those that are joining us via Zoom.
This written comment is from Jake Martinez Perry. Here is a comment I would like read at the 6/17 City Council meeting on my behalf, since I am unable to attend in person. I am a resident of Soledad and have lived here for the past couple of years. My wife and her family have called Soledad home for decades. We love this community and the quiet, peaceful quality of life that it offers. Even though I am not originally from here, I want to stay here. However, that will be difficult for me, like it is for many local families. We currently live with extended family because housing has become so unaffordable. We fully support the Almond Acres project. Maybe we'll even have the opportunity to buy one of these homes ourselves in a couple of years. We are in a housing crisis, and the only solution is to responsibly build more housing. The Almond Acres project is exactly where a housing subdivision should be, within walking distance of public schools, a public park, public transit, a facility of higher education, and existing neighborhoods. It has already gone through years of discussion and review. At some point, we need to stop delaying and start building. Local families need homes. Let's get on with this already. Thank you. Jake Martinez Perry.
Okay, sorry, let me repeat myself. Do we have any public comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands raised, so I will then bring it back. Sorry, I will then close now the public comment period at 8:23. And with that, I will bring it back to the council for any comments or questions. And before we take council action, if there's any questions or comments, so for the council, let's start with any council questions or comments. And I'll start with Councilmember Caldera. Okay.
I agree with Mr. Perry. I think we should move forward. It's a good
Okay.
project that we're gonna be in compliance for working towards the affordable component also.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, I actually have a couple of questions and maybe a comment. The first one is, Mike, you were saying that the homes, the people that lived there were relocated. Are you talking about the houses next on Orchard? Yes, yeah,
Yeah, so there was,
mobile homes, yes. Not the ones in the back, right?
no,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
so there was 3 modular units closer
Mhm.
to Orchard Lane and then 1 single family home. Those modular units were relocated. And I believe, and I don't want to talk on behalf of the developer, but they were offered a space within the mobile.
No,
No.
we tried to, but we weren't able to.
Yeah, and so currently the single family home is still there.
Okay.
And as part of the secret process and the permitting process, it will be demolished and go through
Mhm.
the proper studies for demolishing in case it has lead and asbestos and things like that for the safety of
Okay.
the demolition.
Just as a personal comment, I think one of those houses had a beautiful architecture that I like a lot, and I saw that it was getting rid of it. So the other question that I have is there any improvements to be done in the motorhomes in the back? I know that you're going to put a fence, but how about anything on the streets?
So the project right now is proposing to fix or alter a all access weather road on the turning side of the mobile home park where right now there's currently dirt. And
Yes.
all that dirt is going into the private area. Ultimately, because it is a public project, they don't have to apply our city standards for that. But as a requirement for emergency services to access the site accordingly, they are fixing the left-hand side of the mobile home unit
Mhm.
road there as part of the vesting tentative map process.
I know that there's limited things that we can do with that, but I was happy with the design because the houses that are next to it, you go into one street and then you have to go around and around to go to the other side, and I'm happy that we had that, and also with the area where the street ends behind in the open space behind the Mission District,
Mhm.
meaning that the swimming pool. So a lot of people are going to be able to visit that without having to go around. Because if you go to the next area of housing, it's a little bit complicated. You
Yeah.
have to go like 3 streets around so that I can get out. But thank you so much for that. It's been what 3 years since we started hearing about this, and it's gonna be another 3 more years until we see another project completed. It is amazing. If you start on the fall, that'll be cool. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Well, I'm excited because as you all have heard me before, I'm very excited when I hear about different types of housing that's being provided. So I'm looking forward to like the different sizes of the lots. Smaller lot homes are something that I'm in favor for, especially for smaller families, starter homes and stuff like that too. I'm also looking forward to seeing the apartments that are being created. I am curious as to why we left 2 houses on that section, 2 single family houses. Why wasn't it just all going to be apartments on that side? I don't know if that's a question that can be answered.
That was the initial proposal. Actually, the multifamily housing units were proposed initially closer to Orchard Lane, the public street, and we decided to move it towards that area as we saw that the cul-de-sac provided better access for transportation in case there's the MST bus that can go through there, given that it's going to be conditioned as no parking. It could be more space for a loading area for sometimes it's talked about having senior housing there or not, then it's easier for them to have better space for that transportation. But in terms of the design, I think that was why the property 0.38 acres was already in negotiation with Chispa, if I'm not
Oh, I see.
mistaken.
Okay.
So the size itself fit better on that area throughout the design process. And because of the cul-de-sac and better access to the site, it was designed that way.
And then, are we still not able to do 3 stories yet?
Not for the residential, not for the zoning district just yet. We are prioritizing within our general plan update to go higher. They could apply for that density bonus to get higher stories, but that would be part of the application process, which wasn't initially provided to staff. So right now it's only 2 stories.
And so I'm also curious if the planned Chispa housing, if there's any units on the bottom floor that will be ADA compliant. I see that we have 1 ADA parking spot, which I love. I'd like to see maybe 2 opportunities, but I'm not sure if any of the bottom floors, maybe like a button that you press to open the door or something that's a little bit more ADA friendly.
So through the building code, we do have to do all ADA compliant units. So all of those ADA, I'm pretty sure all units will be ADA compliant, even the bottom ones.
I see a nod, so that's exciting. Okay, great.
Mhm.
Thank you. And then I think, is this like just proposed street names or just like to like call them, like, are they going to be called A, B, and C?
No, no.
Wanna make
So
sure that's really, I was like, I don't know about that. but-
So we will have that, the names provided, and I believe our ordinance calls out for internal review to make sure that those streets are, okay with emergency vehicles, and we double check to make sure there's no similar names throughout the vicinity of the area or in the city, because as you have an emergency, you want to make sure those streets are, enunciated correctly, and could help with avoid confusion. So we will be looking into that as well.
you. And then I think I'm glad that it has access points to existing parks. It would have been nice to have like maybe like a smaller green space, just because there's not really that many amenities in Rotary Park. We also don't own it, but that's my only other comment. But I think, like folks have said, it's been a long time coming, and myself, I live at home and I'm in my 30s, so it'd be nice to have more opportunity to buy it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, Ariana and Mike, and, oh my gosh. Yes, and then I do apologize, I didn't hear the comment for Almond Acres. But again, I wanted to mention, I put some questions. You had mentioned there was gonna be a sound wall? No,
Yes.
a sound wall? Okay.
Yes, so it's that fence that you see along Orchard Lane Road on the newer development, which is Vintage Estate or Orchard Villas. That same sound wall will be done at that end of the strip up all the way down to the end of the subdivision. Not enclosing the entrance to Cedar Lane, just for clarification, because right now Cedar Lane acts as the main access road to the Almond Acres Mobile Home Park. However, that piece will be now dedicated as a public area, and Almond Acres Mobile Home Park will still have their driveway to go in. So there will be some relocation because they do have their post mailbox at the front closer to Orchard Lane. So they will have to remove it and add it closer to the mobile home park in efforts of the proposed improvements.
And then I wanted just to kind of drop it, maybe we can revisit in doing maybe a mural in that sound wall, so that way you don't have to be graffitied. So that's kind of, I just wanted to share that. Another thing too, thank you for also doing the slide for the connectivity, because that was my question, and thank you for doing that. Another one is, Mayor Pro Tem actually brought this up, and I wanted just to chime in the street names. How does that come about? Like, who can choose those street names?
So my time being here, it's my understanding that the developer proposes those names, and then we as staffers have to review it to make sure there's no conflict with emergency services, and making sure that there's no repetitive names or the names don't sound similar, and check in with our emergency dispatch and local emergency operations to make sure that they're also okay with those street names. So that's the process that we will be doing as well.
Okay, was there any possible way maybe we can put those street names and maybe have a consideration of past council names if they're not used in any type of vicinity. But that we can just go and
So,
I just wanted to bring that up.
so I think do we
Yeah.
have some
Um,
restrictions?
Yeah, so I think we have a formal process. I would suggest that that's gonna come back later. So we have a set process in which we approve the names. You know, what I would suggest is if you have some interesting names, you could share them with the developer, but just note that we have a specific process in which the developer generally will come up with the names. And then we have to, as Ariana mentioned, we have a committee, I believe, internal that looks at it from a public safety perspective. Um, I have been involved in a lot of naming processes in different cities, and the two ones that are most important that people don't realize is emergency services, because there's also, it's more complicated than what you think, because it's also, you have to be careful of how you say the names because the dispatcher needs to understand what you're saying. We have to look at other jurisdictions too. They try not to have the same names all the time. And then the post office. So there's a technical piece to it, but we can provide that information about what the process is. But I wanted to also point out, we have to come back for the final map
I was
too.
about, yeah, I was
So-
about to clarify that this approval process, it's in different steps. So right
Right.
now we're doing the vesting map, which grants the entitlement of the project, how it's looked like, the site plan and the lots, and circulation, and it kind of locks that in. The final map will do those little refinements, including the street names as part of the final map approval. We have to bring it back to Planning Commission and the City Council for formal approval and consideration of adoption. And then that final map will be recorded with the county. But in between now and that final map, the developer still has to meet those conditions that are provided in the staff report, some of those conditions.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry, the one other thing I was just going to mention through the chair, a lot of cities are moving away from naming streets or parks by anybody because of the same thing we just experienced with Cesar Chavez Park. So just something to consider, that a lot of jurisdictions actually prohibit that. I don't know that we explicitly do, but it's something to consider.
yeah, Megan, and I think that's what I was gonna say. I think the last time when you guys brought us forth the process for naming the streets, I think that was part of the policies that were brought forth from some of the policies that we had that did prohibit the utilization of names of individuals and then council members as well. So I think that was provided to us during that timeframe. So
Wait, does this mean you'll be the first mayor to not have a street named after them?
yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't want to either. So I think that is part of what you guys gave to us. So anyway, that's a conversation for a different time. That's not what we're discussing today. So any additional
We can
questions?
do it. Yeah, I have other
Okay.
questions too. Also, I know that this is only just a public hearing, but maybe we can revisit. When will the developer be visiting with the rec district so that way they can collaborate with that pathway too? So
is-
that's something else.
So just to clarify, the pathway will be done within the property of the developer. In terms of the fencing, I think that's where the, we can definitely engage into those conversations between the developer and the Mission Rec, but it would also include some collaboration between the city and the Mission Rec to help with that connectivity issue.
Okay. Traffic stop signs, crosswalks, that's already considered.
Yes, it's part of the conditions of approval, and this typically goes with every project that a traffic, and hopefully I get the terminology correct because I always mess it up, but traffic analysis or I always forget it and I confuse it.
Through the chair, I think we're looking at a circulation plan and connections
Yeah.
plan. This is really in the technical weeds, but we cannot do traffic studies as we have in the past under CEQA. It's more about reducing the length of trips hence the vehicle miles traveled. But
Mhm.
yes, we do have that built in. They had to do a circulation analysis and how it would work with the rest of the city.
And so with that would come the stop signs, turning lanes, which is the most important one, because right now the striping on Orchard Lane is not conforming or not allowing people to turn into the subdivision as designed. So that will be changing.
Okay. And then one last question, and I know that there was one resident here. Did we get any more resistance from our local residents at Almond Acres, or is it just, the concerns?
So at least for this public hearing, the concerns that were submitted today in public were the only ones that were to the attention of staff when we did that outreach.
Okay.
In terms of the planning commission, there was more about the VMT impact, which again, we clarified during the planning commission that that's just a study that we have to go through and clear it with the state.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Ariana, so I'm gonna follow up on the VMT as well, but I just want to say to Mike, I know it's been a while since he started with this project, and I know, just want to clarify that, it's obviously, I believe it's been on the environmental side, right? That has been the delays. So it really hasn't been because, staff hasn't wanted to move this project forward. It's really has been more on the environmental a piece of it. So, and I really just want to say thank you, because I know as the preliminary discussions on this project and looking at retaining the mobile home parks, I just want to say thank you to Mike, because that was really important to the council and to the ad hoc. I was part of the ad hoc subcommittee at that time back in 2022. And I know that was really critical to ensure that we had the mobile home parks that stayed there and that we preserved that. So thank you, Mike, for making sure that continued. And I really appreciate that. So one of the things, though, that for me, I know as we're doing a lot of work, and we just heard from, our youth council in regards to the safety, the road safety, we have a lot of projects, and we're going to hear more about that as well in our next couple of public hearings. But obviously the VMT issue is of concern. And so on page 21 of the report, there was a reduction, the VMT reduction of 11.7% would be required to reduce the impact to less than significant levels. And then there is the multifamily housing component of the project would generate approximately 3.5% fewer daily trips. Can you help me to understand, the report obviously mitigated some of that, but I want to be able to understand, what does that necessarily mean? Because we have to approve that.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's mitigated, but we obviously know there's a lot of traffic already on Orchard, as we heard from a lot of the presentations that we've had. Metz Road is an impact as well with a lot of the traffic. We're going to have more development, as we know now. Hartnell is going to be creating their next facility there. We still have more development on the empty lot that's on Orchard. And so help me to understand what does that exactly mean in terms of the VMT mitigations?
Yes. So I'll start with a little piece of the VMT impact, but we also have our consultant online with EMC Planning who specifically worked on this. So one thing to know is that VMT impact, obviously, is part of the CEQA process, is something that all jurisdictions are struggling with, because it's just, if they don't have the appropriate policies and guidelines within the city, and especially South County cities are the ones more vulnerable to that impact. And it's just significant. It reaches to a level of being significant and unavoidable, because we don't have those tools or policies to reduce those VMTs. So as the general plan moves forward, that's something that we're looking into to help bring or create a VMT policy to help with future development and infill, and not go through this extensive process with CEQA, because that was the only item found to be significant and unavoidable. But Ron, if you don't mind chiming in to explain the impact.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Good evening, Mayor, and council members. So yeah, I'll try to make this short. And I know there was several public comments about concern about traffic congestion, and Megan touched on this as well. And there's a big distinction about what the California Environmental Quality Act requires be evaluated related to transportation impacts of new projects. No longer does CEQA require that congestion related traffic effects be addressed under CEQA. The metric really now is about vehicle miles traveled. And that's really, in some senses, a sort of a proxy for getting a greenhouse gas emissions, but that's another story. The issue is how many miles do vehicles from a new project travel? And there are thresholds above which that number of miles for residential type projects is considered to be significant. In this case, and as you alluded to, the challenge for smaller cities in rural areas, if you will, is that VMT for residential projects usually is higher than it might be in larger cities where there's access to plenty of transit and where employment centers are located so that people are traveling shorter distances to get to their jobs. Okay. Well, this project has some great resources around it, like schools and parks, and those generate vehicle trips usually. And some of those trips now can be made by bicycle or walking from this project. And that's a good thing, right? That reduces the VMT from this project. But a lot of people here be commuting out of Soledad for jobs in other places. So that's the concern on the VMT side. And in small cities, it's challenging to find ways to reduce VMT in a practical, feasible manner, particularly from residential projects. So one of the aspects of this project that is beneficial from the VMT side, as was mentioned, is that multifamily housing generates fewer vehicle trips per unit than does single family housing. So this project, if it was all single family housing, would have greater VMT impacts than it does because some of it is multifamily housing that creates fewer trips that then translate into fewer vehicle miles traveled. So we try to investigate everything we could to try to reduce VMT down from this project to get under the threshold of significance. And given the project circumstances and the city's location, et cetera, that just wasn't possible. And unfortunately, this happens sometimes for projects that are being proposed theoretically from an urban planning perspective in exactly the right place, i.e. on an infill site that's surrounded by similar types of development. So a little bit long-winded story, but that's the basic background.
Got it. Thank you. So can we then with that, because we are already including, more of the pedestrian kind of walkways, right? The bicycle lanes within the streets. So I know there's an MST bus stop, but and I know obviously MST, commented on this, but can a bus stop be included within the project area as well to be able to?
So, through the chair, that was actually, they did get credit because they're, the Hartnell micro transit bus. But the reality is no place in the city of Soledad is going to meet VMT really, except because 100% affordable housing is, I think, exempt from VMT. That's really it. So we're going to be challenged. I mean, one of the things we are looking at, and we're working on bringing back a Caltrans grant that would actually look at this issue to see if we can create those policies so we don't have this problem. But right now, this is about as good of an infill project you can get, as Ron was discussing. But because most of our workforce is leaving town, even going as close as the prison,
Mhm.
we're getting those vehicle miles traveled. So it was really created to favor urban areas. And unfortunately, it wasn't really when, the state thought of this great idea, they didn't really consider rural communities.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much for that explanation. So it helps me because obviously they're gonna approve this, so I wanted to know, understand like better, so I can explain this. So thank you for that. My last question, because I know part of the documents also talk about that we're providing, and I know Mayor Pro Tem brought this up as well. We have Orchard Lane Park, and then we're also having access to Rotary Park. But one of the things that I've noticed is Orchard Lane Park is very impacted. Rotary Park has very little amenities. There's going to be a lot of families in this area. And so is there any possibility to be able to create some more green space for this area? I know it's very compact with what we have and the creativity that was done to be able to put the units here to be able to maximize what we have. I know that we're not utilizing the 3 stories because we're not. I think they can, but we're not. But is there any possibility to have any of the green space? Because I know we have 12 units, but that doesn't mean it's only 12 families. And total 85. I mean, that's a lot. And Orchard, as much as I love the park and it's huge, that park is, it's highly utilized all the time. So that's my only question. If there's a possibility, how any green space within that subdivision? And I know we've talked about creating neighborhoods that are really walkable, that really accommodate for that really have those amenities for those families that are living in those neighborhoods, and creating neighborhoods that really accommodate to having those green spaces. So that's my only comment and request, if there's a possibility.
Yeah, and I think that would go back to the redesign of maybe potentially losing housing units to fix for another tot law or housing law. Again, because of the PUD process, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of the requirements. And specifically for the multifamily housing, which are required to obtain that open space area, recreational area, given that it's 100% affordable, it could be deviated through that project design. So again, removing housing units to allocate for open space is the benefit. We have to analyze the benefit on the cost on that, whether we want to lose more housing units and require the developer to create that space, or having the developer weigh in on whether he's okay with that or not.
Through the chair, if I can add, there is a park called Diego Park that has a very limited green space there, and it's not even being limited because of the requests from years. And also maybe we can consider in talking to the Rotary Park. They can maybe have that green space for that, so that way we don't have to change any plans. That's maybe just, we can consider that, because we're gonna have that open pathway through that, so that connectivity.
So Megan.
Yeah. So through the chair, the couple of things to note is that this developer or will have to pay development impact fees for parks. And some of that will help us. I know it's a little bit further afield, will help us develop Toledo Basin. The other thing to point out, I believe this one is projected to be part of the Orchard Villas
Assessment
district, which will actually help us. I mean, one thing we could do is a little bit more programming into the Orchard Lane Park, but we certainly can talk. I mean, adding space at this time would actually require the project to go backwards, and we'd have to go back to the planning commission. So I would think that we can have those conversations with the Mission Rec folks about how can we, and I know that Anna is already wants to talk to them about what we can do to help activate Rotary Park. So I think there's an opportunity for the city to, to have those conversations and to see, I think those are good points, that now that they'll have access to it, how can we better activate that park and make it as attractive as Orchard Lane Park, because it's a very underutilized park.
Well, so I just want to make a comment. And so is Diego Park the Rotary Park?
No,
that a
it's next to
separate
the community center. Rotary Park is next to the community center and the pool. The park in between the community center and the mission pool, the mission rec pool.
So Diego Park is where is Diego Park?
Diego Park is part of the Vintage Estate subdivision, and I think it's used as a stormwater retention area as well.
I thought there was a pathway to the.
Yes, so there is a pathway going towards, at least that's intended to connect that area to Diego Park, as well as the one to Liberty Court, which is right across each other.
Yeah, and so for me, okay. And I just want to make that's my comment. So I think for me is when we're looking at this too, and I know there's connectivity, but I also realize, and that's just my comment, and I get it, we're far off, but I think I just want to make a comment. And I don't need other comments to be made when I'm making my comment, but as we're looking at subdivisions, and I know Mike obviously has worked hard on this one, but as we're creating subdivisions, I know we've talked a lot as a council about really creating neighborhoods and spaces where these are families, and we want to move away from not creating those green spaces and making sure that even though, these parks are a little bit away, but making sure that there's a green spaces within the neighborhoods that we're creating. We created it in other subdivisions that we have, like San Antonio Pocket Park, the other pocket parks that we have in other subdivisions. So making sure that there's equity, right? As we're creating these other neighborhoods as well. So that's my comment. And I just want to make sure that, I don't need any additional comments. That's my statement. So thank you. Okay, so with that, Mike. You, Mike. So, so with that, then this is gonna come back.
Yes.
July.
The only action that you have for this evening is to introduce the map, the ordinance approving the map.
Okay, so then with that, then we would make a motion then to introduce the map. Let me go back to the ordinance.
Yeah.
The ordinance to,
yeah, it's ordinance number 781.
Okay, so I think I'm on the wrong page.
It actually might be more helpful to look at the staff report.
So resolution 6373.
The resolution was only for evaluation
Got it.
purposes.
So
basically.
introduce ordinance number 71.
So the only item you have for council consideration and action this evening is the introduction of ordinance.
Okay, so I got it. So, okay, so then council, then I would entertain a motion to introduce by title only, right? Ordinance number 781, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad, announcing findings and approving a plan unit development, PUD 24002, and vesting tentative subdivision map, TM 24003, for a 12.48 acre subdivision located on the west side of Orchard Lane and Cedar Lane, APN 022-281-005 in the R-1 high density residential zoning district.
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez and a second by Councilwoman Bañuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that fruitful discussion. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so we will move on now. Thank you. Thank you. So we will move on now to our third public hearing. We have one more after this and then some business items. Okay, public hearing number 3, and this is resolution number 6387 and 6388, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan, 2025 UWMP, and separately adopting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan, 2025, and ordering both the 2025 and these are acronyms, UWMP and 2025 WSCP to be filed with the California Department of Water Resources by July 1st of 2026. So I will, so Carla is going to introduce our council report. So we will do the same here, same process. We'll receive the staff report. I will open up the public hearing. Then we will close the public hearing and we will bring it back for council action. Thank you.
Good evening, council and mayor, mayor pro tem, and city manager and city attorney. Got you. I got everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? This, as you said, these are 2 resolutions. I wanted to point out that they are separate resolutions for the council's consideration to adopt. One of them is the Urban Water Management Plan, and the second one is the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. So as you'll see up here, they are both in the year 2025. Both of these are required to be updated every 5 years, and the last one was done in 2020. I'm going to take my glasses off for a second. Okay, so what they are is a 5-year outlook. Oh, that's what that is? I thought it was just so you could pull it out of the thing. Thank you. Okay. Oh, now it's buzzing. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So what the Urban Water Management Plan, the first part of these is this 2-part resolution and this public hearing is the Urban Water Management Plan is a 25-year outlook on these 4 items, basically demand. So customer demand, that's how much water consumption our residents are using. It looks at the supply, existing and future sources, looks at reliability, for, drought and what we can do. And then the response is actually the second part of the 2-part resolution, which is the water shortage contingency plan. What would you do in the event that your supplies have decreased? You would need to meet that supply shortage with additional measures in the form of the items in the contingency plan. So, and this is all driven by Assembly Bill AB 797 of the Urban Water Management Plan Act of 1984. The right glasses today. Wrong way. Okay. So who is required to submit an urban water management plan in the state of California? Anybody who provides water to more than 3,000 customers, which the city obviously meets that criteria. We serve about 19,500 drinking water customers through approximately 4,400 metered connections. Our facilities, as you know, we have 5 municipal groundwater wells and 1 treatment plant, 4 1 million gallon storage tanks at La Cuesta, 2 at La Cuesta, 2 at the Pinnacles. We have 3 pressure regulating valves and 1 booster station, which gets the water from the La Cuesta tanks up to the Pinnacles tanks. So a fairly simple system. Our customer demand is broken out into these categories that you see in the pie chart. Single family residential are the biggest consumers of potable water in the city. Next after that is the multifamilies, and then we have the commercial and industrial sector, and then we have institutional and governmental, which includes our schools. The landscape irrigation is the city our customer classes are broken out a little bit differently than how, so the consultant, I forgot to tell you, the consultant who helped us write this plan is Rincon Consultants, and they were looking at the way we bill. We list schools separately, and landscape irrigation, we have like dedicated landscape through the assessment districts. That's also part of the landscape irrigation. Water losses, as you can see, are quite a bit, 8%, which is somewhat reasonable in the state of California. Not a lot of places can get much below that, but that is an area of improvement. And then other water uses, and this was based on our 2021 to 2025 year range. So water supply versus demand. So a lot of what the urban water management plan is, it's kind of a what's the word? Supply and demand analysis. You know, do you have enough to support? The thing about water supply is we only pump as much as we can to meet demand. So we don't store extra. We only store in the tanks. But so as you can see from the different years here, the groundwater production is just a little bit more than what the consumption is. So if you pumped 2,152 acre feet in 2021, your consumption was a little bit below that, and that difference are your water losses. So what the what the urban water management plan looked at was, can we meet demand into the future? So our firm capacity, which is a firm capacity of your water system, is when your highest producing well is out of service or your highest producing source is out of service. How much can you produce? So in that case, our firm capacity is 5,258 acre feet per year, which is more than double what we currently supply. So that's a good thing. We are in the Forebay aquifer of the Salinas Valley groundwater basin, and we are lucky that we're here. Groundwater level decline has not been a problem for us. We don't have any saltwater intrusion. We're not near the coast. Nitrates could be a problem, but our wells are drilled so deep that we don't have problems that maybe a smaller domestic well user might have for a shallower well. So we're really good on water quantity and water quality. So of course, as I said, we only want to pump as much as is needed. So what do? We have demand management measures to keep the demand down so we don't have to pump as much. So a lot of things that we do, they emphasize water use efficiency. So we have a water waste prevention ordinance. Rincon was actually very, I don't want to say surprised, but they were thankful. And I was thankful that the city actually has a pretty robust water conservation, water waste ordinance. I think it was developed in 1983, around that time frame, 93, during that drought. And that helps us out a lot because we already had a lot of these mandates in place. Metering, obviously, we track consumption through metering. We do conservation pricing. So the fact that we have multiple tiers for different units, we have a flat rate and then the unit pricing. So we try to keep people, if they're paying attention, they might want to stay within their unit price and not go to that second tier. We do public outreach and education. I would like to do more of it. If I had more time, we really need to push that and get out into the schools and the community and promote water conservation. We do have a program. And then again, assess and manage water loss. We don't want to be having a leaky system. So that's the demand side. So then the main takeaways from the urban water management plan are there's what's called the water supply reliability assessment. The consultant looked at our 3 hydrologic year types. This is all based on what the guidance is from the Department of Water Resources. You look at your normal average year, and for us, that year was selected as 2018 based on our, based on our climate conditions. and then we have a single dry year, which was 2021. As you all know, that was a drought year. And then multiple dry years, the even worse was 2011 to 2015, which would have been the time that the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act came into place in 2014. So that was a critical time. The good news is that this statement in our urban water management plan is that the city's water supply is 100% reliable through in the multiple dry year condition through 2050. So as our 25-year outlook planning, it's we're looking good. And then they also looked at the drought risk assessment, also based on those dry years, and the city's potable water service reliability for the near-term drought, which is up until 2030, so 5 years from now, is also 100%. So those are the main takeaways from the urban water management plan. We're in good shape. Here's the what if. Maybe not. What if we were not in good shape? What would we do? Well, that's why we have the second part is the water shortage contingency plan, which is mentioned in the urban water management plan, but only as a brief section on section 8. The full water shortage contingency plan is its own separate document, and that's why there's a separate resolution. So if we were to come into heavy drought conditions, City Council could re-examine our plan without having to look at our urban water management plan. So this is a separate document that can be amended and looked at anytime. What it's meant for, or what are the climate change impacts? Are we going to go into a drought, another drought, not season, but another multi-year drought? Could there be infrastructure failures? Excuse me, catastrophic events, such as like if there was a large earthquake and 2 of our tanks went offline, and what would we do now? Now our supply is limited. We still have to meet the demand of our customers. The water shortage contingency plan looks at 6 standard water shortage levels, and they're 1 through 6, and they're based on 10% increases in shortages of water supply. So within each of those water shortage levels, there are shortage response actions. So if you, within the water shortage contingency plan, there's a table, and I can't remember the number. It is table 8.3, and there are demand reduction actions. So if we were to, let's say we reached our stage 4 of our shortage level, we could landscape, and our shortage was within 30 to 40%, we might limit landscape irrigation to specific days. So we might reach out to our customers and say, you can only irrigate on, Tuesdays and Saturdays. And then if we had, if we noticed anybody, it would be a violation. At this point, there's no, there aren't any, we don't have any kind of code to issue violations based on these, but that's something that could be done in the future if it becomes really severe. So those are the actions. I think that's the end. And what you have before you tonight is the recommended action is to adopt the urban water management plan and order its filing with California Department of Water Resources, and also adopt separately the water shortage contingency plan and order its filing with the California Department of Water Resources. The 2 plans are required to be submitted to DWR by July 1st of 2026. And I do want to point out that this is the public review draft, and after tonight, this will be, if it's adopted, it would be finalized and uploaded to the state, and we would be in compliance with the California Water Code. And we also need to stay in compliance with the code if we want to seek funding through grants. The state would look to see that we have an adopted, approved plan on file with the state before they would issue any grant funding. And with that, I will ask if there's any questions. Or close the public hearing. Thank you.
Noting that we need to stay compliant if we want to obtain or seek any grant funding.
Yes.
So thank you for that. So before there's any questions, let me first open up the public hearing.
Okay.
And then we'll take it out to the public for any comments or questions. Okay. So with that, I will open up the public hearing at 9:14. And if we have any comments or questions from our public there's no public that is joining us here in our council chambers. So let me see if there's any comments or questions from our public that may be joining us on Zoom. So any comments or questions from our public that may be joining us on Zoom? And this is our public hearing number 3.
Oh my God.
And I don't see any comments or questions. If you can raise your hand if you're joining us via Zoom. And this is, again, public hearing number 3, and for resolution number 6387 and 6388 on our urban water management plan and our water shortage contingency plan. Okay, I see no hands raised. So at this time, I will close our public comment at 9:15. Close our public hearing at 9:15. Okay, and then with that, I will bring it back to the council for any comments or questions, and I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Carla, thank you so much for the presentation. And
Welcome.
I appreciate everything that you guys do out there, because you guys are on the other side. But if I can really stress the comment is everything that you guys do is taking care of our water for us, our system, and then our neighboring areas as well. But we just need to make sure that we stay in compliance. So
Yes.
that way we can, as Mayor had mentioned, to apply for those grants. So I want to say thank you for all that you guys do and for the presentation.
Thank you.
So
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yeah, just on the piece of wanting to do more outreach and education, is this something that our community engagement team might be able to assist with? I know I saw a post. So
Goodness.
are those fireworks?
Fireworks. Oh gosh, I thought they were
Yeah, I
gunshots.
know how to feel about fireworks. They're starting. So maybe it's something that we can continue doing. So I know that when I toured the water reclamation facility, I remember that you had ideas regarding flushing things down the toilet that you're
Yes.
supposed to. So I was in agreement with that. I think I saw something recently. So
Yes.
more of that would be great. Yeah.
Yes. As you know, Eric, he does a phenomenal job with posting and getting our messages out there. So I've worked with him, like you said, on the no wipes down the pipes on the wastewater side, and I would like to use his expertise on getting messages out on the conservation side as well. So yes, definitely. And maybe some print materials as well and something we can possibly put into our mailers for our billing.
utilities,
Yeah.
Or maybe even having him reach out to the school district. I know students need hours to
Yeah.
hand stuff out to door to door. I think that would be
Right.
cool too.
There's Drinking Water Week and different, recognized weeks that come up that, I'm just always a little bit behind, but, some of my ideas were to do, some poster contests with, the schools, involve the schools in, conservation posters and get the school districts involved. It's just, it's not enough time
Yeah,
lately to get
definitely.
everything, all the
I agree.
ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will move on to Councilmember Cabrera.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Megan. I always forget, but like I was saying, thank you so much for that presentation. That was wonderful. A lot of information, and I think that is one of the major worries that people have, running out of water. While I was listening to you, I was thinking, how does the wells have useful life? Like I know you said that we are okay until 2015,
Right.
but do they have a useful life that
They do.
how do you
So they do have a useful life, and they can be rehabilitated to a certain degree, and they can be redeveloped, and you can get additional capacity out of them. So that is one thing that we had a groundwater report done by Kier Groundwater, and they did a yield study on well 10 and decided or determined that it would allow for almost double its capacity right now if we installed a larger motor. I do want to point out that the urban water management plan also looked at the city's growth potential. And so I forgot about that. And I probably should have said that, Miramonte was considered in there. They looked at our planning documents. They took into consideration that, if we did develop, we would put in, the developer would have to put in a new well. So they took into account that additional source of supply. And then the demand, and then the future demand with that as well. They also, and I should have mentioned this earlier too, they also looked at our recycled water planning effort and future, actually, starting next year with our deliveries of recycled water for landscape irrigation, which also helps to lower the demand on the potable side. So it's like it acts as a secondary supply, and so it reduces the demand of people aren't there, or not people, but the parks and schools would not be irrigating with potable water.
And that is gonna lower the amount of water that we use on a regular basis, right?
Correct.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Less pumping, less pumping. It's water that we're getting from the water reclamation facility, that's, treated and put into the pipes as recycled water. So that's water that's irrigating the lawn that does not have to be pumped as groundwater from the ground.
Okay. So when you have the amount of water that we produce versus the amount of water that we use, so we only pump out water that passes a little bit what we actually deliver.
Right.
But we have more capacity, right?
We do have a little bit more capacity, and you'll be coming up here in a few months, you'll be seeing what we have a water reliability study that another consultant has done for us on our facilities assessment and our wells, and that'll have a little bit more information from you. But yes, so the wells can be either redeveloped, or sometimes, like, maybe well 6, it's like you said, it's maybe past its useful life, and we would consider maybe drilling a new well in that same parcel, just to get more capacity from it, more volume.
Just for my curiosity, the redevelopment is going deeper?
No, well, it's more like, so the well itself has a casing that goes down, and there's gravel pack on the
outside.
sides. And so when they redevelop, sometimes they'll go down and do like, it's almost like pushing, I would say it's like scrubbing and swabbing and kind of flushing out the gravel pack.
Okay, yeah.
And so it's like, it's kind of, they call it redevelopment. It just it's you have to do it every so often, because those gravel packs and then the filter screens can get clogged. So there's rehabilitation that can be done. And
Interesting.
yeah.
And just so you know, when I was 17, I dig a well in my house. That's why I'm always thinking, though, how much do you have to go to get potable water?
So our wells are anywhere between 700 and 800 feet deep. So they're pretty deep. And we have sanitary seals that might go down, 300 feet to keep out any kind of shallow contaminants that might get in there. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Colbert.
Thank you, Carla. I actually don't have any comments or any more input. You said it all.
Okay,
Thank you so
you.
much for everything.
Yeah, thank you for that report. I just want to quick comments in terms of the outreach too, because I know that, and I think this is a little bit different, but I think it's more on the stormwater side. But I thought we contract with Save the Whales. And so they do our stormwater system, and so they do some of the outreach. They don't touch on the water conservation.
A very small component of Save the Whales is water conservation. A lot of it has to do with keeping our, no dumping, right? That all the no dumping signs at our stormwater inlets on the streets. A lot of it's, contaminants, keeping those out of our stormwater system, because it reaches the bay. They don't do a lot on the water conservation side. So yeah, Save the Whales, it's mostly like fighting illicit discharges and keeping contaminants out of the stormwater conveyances. They do.
But I agree in terms of the conservation and doing more of that. I know obviously when there was the drought that happened, there was a lot of the conservation mechanisms that were instituted.
Mhm.
Ensure that there was a plan.
Right.
For this plan, in terms of the urban water management plan, because I didn't know that we actually had a whole document in terms of how we planned that, because there was the conservation portion that was instituted. And then I know with Dawn, right, I think 2 of our wells went down because they failed, and 3, thank you. And then we were waiting for parts to come, and we thought they were coming, and they didn't come because they were coming from Texas. And so we had to institute some of the mechanisms also for the water conservation. So now understanding that it's part of the process of a water conservation plan.
Yes.
So I just want to, say thank you for that, making sure that we understand that how everything ties together of doing that. So I just think for us, it's just, for me, just how do we really make sure that as we continue, that we do more public outreach and education, and how do we plan for the future? So anything that we want to do has to be planned, right? So putting together an outreach plan for 2027.
Okay.
So that when we start doing that, and that way, I know everybody's busy, but at least if we start putting together, we have some great ideas. How do we start
Implementing them. Yeah.
Plan for 2027.
Right.
Getting some of these key highlights for water conservation, because it is really important. We're doing a lot, and obviously, we're leaders already in the recycled water piece, but even being able to highlight that for our community, because once that project is done, it's going to be really important to remind our community that, we are leading, we are leading the charge in that, just reminding the public as well. That it's still important to conserve water, even though we're in a great orbit, but we still want to make sure that we're still conserving.
Yeah, especially because it's going to play into the state has urban water use objectives as well on, gallons per person per day. And we are now running up against limits. They've instituted and I don't want to give a number, I can't remember what it is, but that they analyze our supply and demand, and they look at are we meeting that target? A target, that's what it is. It's a target urban water use objective for water use efficiency. And so it's gonna even if we are not in a drought stage, that will come into play eventually, is how much water are our residents using just in general without a drought. So.
My last question, because I know you already addressed the recycled water project, is how that's supporting us. But in terms of the splash pad, because we never had that in the past, and I know obviously that's a benefit to our residents because that's something that we've always wanted. But is there any impacts in terms of the water usage that comes from that?
So this plan didn't look at the splash pad. I do know that the splash pad recycles or recirculates the water and treats it on site. So there is some loss to evaporation. I was going to say evapotranspiration. That's a plant. Evaporation. There's some water loss there, but they do recirculate and that wasn't part of this plan. However, I think like for the benefit of our residents, I mean, okay, so put it this way. Yes, if we went into a drought, if we went into one of the shortage levels, that could be something where it's it doesn't really fall under swimming pools or decorative fountains, but it could be looked at. And thank you for bringing that up, because I think that I forgot to mention to the consultant that we had a splash pad. So that is not in our water shortage contingency plan, but we do recognize, you know, fountains and anything. There's at the different levels. I think not until you get to like the shortage level 6 would you have to shut it off, because it does allow for recirculated water through a decorative fountain or something. And I think that the splash pad is more important than a decorative fountain, you know, for the benefit of our residents and their enjoyment. I see a lot of families that love that place. So you're welcome. Thank you.
A resolution of the City Council adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Resolution 6038, resolution adopting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don, as well.
And just to be clear, those are you, do we need separate motions for each? I just want to make sure, because they're,
Yes.
I did a resolution adopting 6387 of the Urban Water Management Plan and a resolution adopting 6388, a water shortage contingency plan. We took one vote. Do you want me to take two?
the consultant made it clear that we have to have them like separate resolutions. So I would prefer it to be, so I'm so sorry.
And then we did, so can we do number one with the?
We already did one.
We did one, so let's do that with the motion. Okay, so then, I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolution 6388. And that's a resolution adopting the 2025 water shortage contingency plan.
So moved.
Okay, so that's second. Okay. So I have a motion on the floor, Councilwoman Brunellos, and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll move into our fourth public hearing, and this is our final. Again, we'll do the same process, receive staff report, open public hearing, close public hearing, then take council action. Presentation and acceptance of the City of Florida 2022 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Award number 2-CDBG-UD-30043 Business Assistance Loan Program. Closeout report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, CDBG. And so with that, I will turn it over to Cynthia Vargas to give us a report, and then we will open up the public hearing.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to provide you a report on the accomplishments and the outcomes of grant number 22 CDBG ED 30043. This presentation that I put together for you should provide you with an overview of the program and its accomplishments. One quick thing is, following the COVID-19 pandemic, many local small businesses continue to experience significant financial instability. And because of that, and because of the fact that the city recognized the challenges that they were facing, at that time, our council directed us to go ahead and pursue additional funding through CDBG. At that time, we applied and we were awarded an economic development grant in the amount of $750,000. This award was issued in 2023, and the main purpose of this award was to support business expansions, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Next slide. The grant itself is for 750 and it's broken down into 3 components, which is, they're called activities. The first one would be for in the amount of $585,000 in business assistance loans. The $112,500 was directly distributed through to do activity delivery, which is done through our consultant. And Angel Johnston is our consultant, and she's actually on the phone joining us. The rest of the funding, which is $52,500 is for general administration. And that was basically for my services for staff time to compensate for all the work that I needed to do for grant reporting, grant management, and then after managing also the loans themselves. The term was for 3 years, was from 2023 to 2026. Next slide. The goals of the program are, we separated into 4 different categories. One of our goals was to provide low interest business loans, assistance loans, support our business startups and those that wanted to expand, create and retain local employment opportunities, and overall strengthen the local business community. Next slide. Through this program and through the loans that we issued, there are specific on what is categorized as an eligible activity through the loan. One of them is purchase of machinery and equipment, inventory and merchandise purchasing, and then last will be working capital assistance. Next slide. The grant was with the $585,000 that was allocated for business loan assistance loans. We were able to provide assistance to 5 businesses. Alcala Ace Hardware in the amount of $245,000, Powerhouse Brewery, $35,000, Cereza Beauty LLC, $25,000, Veloz Cafe Inc., $80,000, and the last one was Labas Twain in the amount of $200,000. This page provides you with some information on the program established accomplishments and the long-term benefits. We were able to, as I mentioned, to assist 5 businesses. Those 5 businesses were able to create 18 new full-time jobs. Expand, it allowed those existing businesses to expand their local services. And then the last is to support new businesses and new entrepreneurships. The long-term benefits to our community overall is those loans that we issued out. So all of the payments that are being received go back to what's called program income. And what does that do? It allows us as a city to be able to continue to lend out the money should we choose to allocate the program income into another business loan program. And overall, it's creating a long-term economic development opportunities for our businesses. As you may know, if they were to go to a regular bank to borrow through do a conventional loan, they're not going to be able to obtain loans at 1 to 3%. And that's what we're able to do. Next slide. Part of our strategic plan is focused on economic development. This program aligns and follows what we are trying to do. It supports strategic plan goal 1.1.2 by providing resources and financial assistance to businesses. It encourages business retention and expansion and promotes long-term economic stability and sustainability. Next slide. Financial considerations. As I mentioned, this is a grant that was awarded to us. All of the funds that we utilize for our consultant for some of my time over the last 3 years for all the loans proceeds were all funded directly through this program. No impact to the general fund was done. And then the last thing is part of one of our requirements is to present this closeout package to you. So then we can move forward and present it to the state. Our recommendation at this time is to receive the staff report and the report. And if you accept it, then we can move on to provide the complete closeout packet to the state. This concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Cynthia. So what I'll do at this time, let me open it up to the public so we can take questions from the public and then I'll bring it back to the council for any questions. So at this time, then I will open up the public hearing on 138. And let me, I don't think we have anyone here in our council chamber. So let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom and on our fourth public hearing on our presentation of the CDBG award for tonight. Are there any comments? If you could please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments on our fourth public hearing. And this is for anyone that's joining us via Zoom. And I do see Angel Johnson, who's joining us. Thank you, Angel, for raising your hand. So if you want to make any comments before, if there's anyone else that wants to make any comments. Thank you, Angel. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor and council members, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. I was just wanting to thank you for the opportunity to continue working on the economic development portfolio with the business loan program. I've been working with your community for many, many years now, and the portfolio has only continued to grow. We've seen more businesses thrive and be supported, and you never have anything less than constant people wanting to apply for loans. Right now, we have people in the waitings who would love to borrow for inventory and equipment and working capital. As this grant closes out, as Tensia is giving you the statistics, we come to a close and we haven't had any of the program income allocated from the account in a couple of years. So my suggestion to the council, or something just food for thought maybe, is in the near future, allocate the last 2 years program income that is from direct loan payments, which is about $210,000, and allocate it back to the program so we can do more business lending. Reasoning is the city had not applied for a grant for business assistant loan funds in over 2 years. So normally grants would
And
replenish.
Angel, I'm
Oh,
sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you there because I want to stay on subject. I understand
Okay.
that's a good recommendation, and I think that's something that we can bring up to council as a
Okay.
suggestion for program income application. Thank you for bringing that up, but I think for this one, I really want to make sure that we stay on the closeout report.
Okay. Yes, we've done an excellent job. So I want to commend the city council and Tensia for all of her help on the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any, thank you, Angel. So do we have any other comments on the closeout report from the public? Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will go ahead and close the public comment at 9:40, close the public hearing, sorry, at 9:42. And I will bring it back to the council for any comments or questions, and I will start with Councilmember Caldera.
Thank you, Tensia. Actually, I have a couple of questions here. You said the loans they've started paying off the loans, right?
For the most part, yes, all of them.
Okay.
Mhm.
So who sets the amounts that are that they're able to apply for?
So we do have a set of guidelines that we do abide by. The loans can start from 35, but we are able to, there's one for 25.
Yes.
because she did not need the funds, so we were allowed to go ahead and reduce the loan. But for the normal part, it's 35 up to 245,000 that they can apply for.
So that is the max.
Mhm. But
Oh,
then again, depending on, you have to, we do go through a process of evaluating the project. So someone can ask for 200,000, but when we evaluate the application, then we can say, we feel that you can afford 100
Yeah.
per se. So
I was asking that because I was a little curious that if there was that amount of money in there for loans, if there was a way that we can lend or let people borrow, or more businesses borrow more than well, it kind of cap. I know the max was 245, but I mean, make it available for people to borrow lesser amounts for more businesses.
we can do that. Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, that was my questions, and I believe that was a great idea. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
Through the chair, the one thing I just wanted to mention is for the funding that they apply for, they're also required to provide a job. So some of that is tied. I think it's 35,000
For every 35,000.
Yeah, per job. So some of these are very small businesses, so they do, get smaller amounts naturally because they might be able to produce 1 or 2 jobs, but anything more is too big of a commitment for them.
Well, that's the key. That's the key to create jobs. Mhm.
Councilmember Cabrera?
I don't have any. Actually, yes. Are we gonna be able to use it, or that's it?
So this is the last grant that we have. We do have, just to mention about the program income, we have already allocated an additional 100,000. Once that funding is available, we already have it allocated. It's just a matter of starting the program again. Once that's available, then that's how much we have. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. Okay, Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Tencia, thank you so much. And Beatriz, thank you for everything that you guys do behind the scenes and also engaging in those businesses. But I always share with you, and I know you're gonna say, I know. Our businesses on Front Street, it's just mind blowing that they don't want to participate or even request to at least get a loan to do like an upgrade in their business places. So
Hardware is on Front Street, and I think SEDEX is also on Front Street.
no, I'm talking about all of them. Like, I know that you have reached out to everyone that's there. I mean, besides the ones that you had mentioned, but everyone else that's been there for years, and they just are, I don't know, skeptical, and I don't know.
I wouldn't call it skeptical. They just don't feel that they want to borrow. They're not, these are old mom and pop shops. They're not in a situation. One key thing, as we mentioned, is job creation.
Yeah.
So it's that them knowing they already have the staff they need.
Yeah.
So when you tie job creation to it, it's a requirement.
Yeah.
It's not whether, I think I might. No, you have to create a job. That's the whole thing. So if they can't do that, they can't borrow, unfortunately.
And I think this is a product that Tencia has been doing a great job to manage, but Tencia has also been doing outreach through other partners like SBDC and Pajaro CDC. So this may not be the product that fits all of our businesses. It may be for something a little bit larger, somebody that has their accounting or their bookkeeping a little bit more structured. And some of our business are not there yet. So they haven't been able to access this type of funding, but they have been guided in the process with our other partners. So any state and federal funding, I think you all know, that has more restrictions, has more requirements. So not all of those mom and pop shops are ready for that. But I think Tencia has been doing a really good job at engaging them and connecting them to the services that can meet them where they're at. And sometimes it's not this program.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing that and continuing to have those cafecitos engagements with them. So thank you. No other comment?
Okay. Yeah, then see, I don't have a lot of other comments. I just, I know you've been doing a lot throughout. And I just want to say with the program income, just to confirm, you said we have 100,000 in program income, so we will continue the program.
Yes, you guys in 2020, later of 23, early 24, not sure. It's been a while. You allocated $100,000 specifically for small business loans. We can use that for that intent.
Okay.
Now, just to let you know, we are thinking of connecting with our state rep to see what other initiatives we can do with the fund. Not necessarily, maybe it's not loans, maybe it's smaller grants. So we are being open-minded to see what else we can do to fit the need that, maybe someone can't borrow necessarily money, but we can do small grants. So we're exploring.
Okay, because with program income, so we're not restricted to continue the loan program, so it's flexible, so we can do other
It's
things with
economic
it. So
development.
Economic development, okay. Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is something that obviously during the pandemic, it was really important. And so I just think for me, again, is the job creation piece. I think it's a benefit. And so making sure that the job creation tied to the loan is obviously really critical, because what we needed to see and what we wanted during that time, especially with the impact during COVID to our residents and to our businesses. So I just, thank you for all the work that's been done under the economic development piece. I just think for me is, how do we highlight this more? Because I think a lot of our residents still don't know that this is something that has come through the city. I think there's still a lot of misinformation of who does this. And so I think I just want to see more of this, and you've done a great job. And so how do we make sure that this is highlighted? Because there's a lot of multiple layers to this. So I just want to see more outreach done, and whether it's you being highlighted, whether it's our businesses, if they want to be highlighted on how this fund has impacted their businesses, what it's done for their business, how it's helped them, through job creation and who they've been able to hire. I think it's just, as we're doing, especially during this time of where we're at, I think it's important to be able to do the outreach and the highlighting of this specific program and how it's really supported our small businesses. So I just want to see more highlighting what this has done on the business sector and the economic development department. So that's just my request, to do more of that highlighting of that, because I think it's pretty significant what has been done. So thank you.
And as far as what I do want to share one last statistics as far as numbers are concerned, when you're talking about this is we can work on the highlight is showcasing, like for example, Ace Hardwares. I do want to share the numbers. Ace Hardware created 7 jobs. Powerhouse Brew, 1 new job. And it's not the owner. It's 1 additional plus her. Cereza Beauty, 1 new job. Veloz Cafe, that's 3 jobs. And then Leba Towing, 6 jobs.
Yeah. And I know I've commented a lot on the towing, so I know a lot of what they've done, because I've always, asked you guys, hey, what is this? What are they doing? Blah, blah. So yeah, and I think that, our residents need to know that, right? Like, hey, we are doing job creation. So when people say, hey, what are you doing with workforce development? Because I think we've heard it, I've heard it, right? It's like, hey, you know what? We may not be doing workforce development per se, but this is how we're helping with workforce development, right? This is how we're creating jobs, by supporting our businesses to be able to do that. So I think those are stories that we need to tell, because we're not sharing those stories. And I think those are stories that need to be highlighted.
I have a quick question. What's Powerhouse Brew?
It's a mobile coffee.
Oh, it's coffee. Oh, I was like, is that like a...
So actually we have 2 mobile coffees.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very creative, by the way.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, if there's no comments or questions, then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number, no, there's no resolution.
No.
There's no resolution, public hearing, presentation and acceptance of the Cities of Soledad's 2022 State Community Development Block Grant Award number 22-CDBG-ED 30043, Business Assistance Loan Program Closeout Report, to be able to submit to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. So I'll entertain a motion. I'll approve the motion. And so if I can have a second. So second by, I approve the motion. So I made the motion, and then Councilmember Caldera second the motion. So with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
Cynthia. So with that, we'll move on to our next item of business, council. It's 10 o'clock, so we're almost done. Resolution number 6389, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad to receive a presentation on the Active Transportation Program, ATP Cycle 8 grant for the Safe Streets for Soledad project, and provide staff feedback and approve the commitment of funds for the grant application. And we'll receive staff report. Well, this is.
I'm so sorry for the mouthful, by the way. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Alex Ramos, Engineering Project Manager. As you mentioned, Mayor, tonight's item is not only to receive a presentation, but the approval of the commitment of funds letter that we plan to submit tomorrow. So no pressure. But joining me tonight is also on, she's joining us live here is Ariana Green with TAMSI, and I'll give the floor to her.
Hi, Ariana. Thank you for
Hi.
joining us.
No problem. Can you all see my screen?
We can.
Excellent. You can hear me okay? Yes. Perfect. All right. Well, thanks for having me. Tonight, we wanted to have give everyone one last final look at the Safe Streets for Soledad grant application before we submit it. I'm hoping to submit it tomorrow or by Friday, this Friday. But in case there are any members of the public online who haven't heard of this project, we want to give them a chance to weigh in. And then the second recommendation for tonight is to approve the
Through the chair, I don't know if Ariana realizes, but she's not in presentation mode, so we can see your notes. on the next slide.
Oh, thank you. I've got multiple screens. There we go. How's that?
That's better. We can't see your notes anymore.
Yeah,
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Can you just see the recommendation screen?
Yes.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So the second recommendation is to approve the commitments of funds for the grant. And there is a letter attached to the staff report that details the leveraging funds. So for the Active Transportation Program grant, they don't require any matching funds, but it's a very competitive grant. So you do get points for leveraging local funding. And in this case, in the case of the city, we were able to count some of the projects funded through other grants as local leveraging funds. And then we also, Transportation Agency from Ira County also approved the use of $400,000 in Regional Surface Transportation Program funds if the grant is awarded to the city. So all that is to say that the city does not need to provide any new sources of funding for leveraging or matching for this grant application. So I'm going to go through my presentation pretty quickly because I think most folks have seen it already, but we have been doing a community outreach for this cycle of the grants since April. And we did apply for this grant, this project 2 years ago too. So we've done community engagement well before this spring for this project. We are planning to submit the grant application this week, but it is due next Monday. So we have a short time frame. And then we will find out if the city is awarded the grant in December of this year, and then can request allocation as early as August 2027. So this project really came from the community. And we did a Safe Routes to School plan with the community several years back, and they identified these corridors as like the primary Safe Routes to School corridors that needed attention in the city. And then here's the Safe Streets for Soledad project grant map. So all of the streets outlined in blue, and then the intersections that have colors or shapes are all included in the project, except for that green section of Front Street. And so you can see it's a citywide project, and it touches all of the schools in the city and connects them to important community resources. So these next few slides are just going to show you, give you an idea of what the street improvements will look like. And just wanted to make a note that all of these are concept designs. All of these designs we're including in the grant application are concepts. And so what that means is that if the city is awarded the grant, then there will be environmental and design that's done with the community and stakeholders to refine these designs to make sure that they work for the community. So this is just to give you a sense of what it would feel like. So on West Street, we have protected bike lanes. So there's a physical barrier between the bikes and the cars. We have enhanced crossing at Anderson Street and West Street, right by Soledad High School. And moving on to Gavilon, Gavilon would reduce the number of car lanes from 4 to 2 and use that extra space to do protected bike lanes on both sides of the street, enhanced crossing, so it makes it easier for pedestrians to cross the street. And then there's also some funding for crossing guard trainings, because it's something that we heard a lot from the community about, like how it's just chaos right here, and students are kind of crossing willy-nilly across Gavilon, and it's unsafe for everyone. And so there's a call for some crossing guards here, so we included that too. Orchard Lane also has protected bike lanes. So you'll notice that this is a theme with this project, is adding protection, like physical protection for cyclists. And that's some feedback we heard from community, especially for parents who don't want their little kids to be riding without some sort of protection from cars. Orchard Lane also has a proposed roundabout at Gavilon and Orchard, and this is a spot that's really difficult for pedestrians to cross the street because of the speeding along Orchard Lane. So the roundabout would slow traffic down and help pedestrians cross the street. And then we also have a proposed roundabout at Orchard Lane and Metz Road, right by the Hartnell campus and San Vicente Elementary. And this roundabout would be able to accommodate trucks and buses, and again, be much safer for those little kids to cross the street. And we did meet with Hartnell College already, and they're supportive of the project. And that was especially important because there is a little sliver of right of way, that like a corner of the property, that we're going to need to make this design work. But they are said that they're good with it. The design continues down 3rd Street from Orchard. So a little less traffic on this stretch of roadway. So we have another roundabout to keep things kind of slow but steady through the corridor. And then we have painted buffered bike lanes for the cyclists. And then on Palm Avenue, we continue the painted buffered bike lanes. Same with Monterey Street. And then a section of Front Street from Oak to 4th Street, we have those barrier protected bike lanes again. And this is a brand new bike facility that would connect down to the shopping center area, and also connect to Nestles Road and Los Coches Road. So this is filling a gap where there's not any bike facilities right now. And then we also include some programming in the grant to encourage active transportation, which is the key for this grant funding source. So we have lots of programming for the schools, for all of the K through 12 public schools in the city, including walking school buses, walking to school day events, in-class walking safe and bike safe education in elementary and middle schools. And then, as I mentioned before, crossing guard trainings that will work with the school district to deliver. There's one traffic garden at Gabilan Elementary right now. So we have included funding to do traffic gardens at the remaining 4 elementary schools. And these are used to teach traffic safety year round. And then we're working with the health department staff to deliver a lot of this programming. And one of their special programs is to work with high school students and the Soledad Youth Council to do crime prevention through environmental design. That's what CEPTED stands for. And so they work with students to figure out ways to make the community feel safer through projects like art projects and community gardens and things like that. We also have funding to do in open street events at Ciclovia Soledad, some programming for seniors to encourage them to get out and walk, and some community walks, and then some sidewalk and street art. So sidewalk art that's developed by community, and this is something that we can also engage the youth council in and have some included some budget for the Soledad Youth Council to participate in these projects. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and take your feedback.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I know you've been doing that a couple of times now.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. So let me, used to these, thank you so much. So let me make sure if there's any comments on that. Let me take it out to anyone that's joining us via Zoom, if there's any questions for you. So let me just see if there's any questions from anyone that's joining us on our Zoom regarding the presentation. And I see no hands raised, so let me bring it to the council. I know we've heard the presentation. Some of us have heard the presentations already. So let me start with Councilwoman Buñuelos, if there's any questions. Oh, we do. I didn't see it. Sorry, did I miss a hand? Oh, you have okay. It's a written public comment. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Darlene has a written public comment.
This written public comment is from MST, Michelle Overmeyer. Dear City Council, Monterey Salinas Transit MST provides public transportation throughout the city of Soledad. In 2025, the public on-call transit service operating in Soledad was replaced by Line 32, a fixed route bus service that circulates around the city every 30 minutes. For the new route, MST installed 16 new bus stops across the city on roads including West Street, Orchard Lane, and Entrada. MST has reviewed the Cycle 8 Active Transportation Program grant project, Safe Streets for Soledad, and kindly shares the following comments. MST supports the Safe Streets for Soledad ATP and endorses any road safety improvements that encourage multimodal road use. MST applauds the proposed pedestrian crosswalk improvements, separated bike lanes, and roundabouts, which will all contribute to a safer road network while encouraging sustainable transportation options. Line 32 similarly plays a critical role in providing safe, reliable, and sustainable transportation choice for Soledad residents to move around the city. Some of the proposed road improvements, like the roundabouts at West and Entrada, may require existing bus stops to be moved. Additionally, separated bike lanes will inhibit buses from accessing the sidewalk at bus stops. To ensure this is avoided, MST requests to continue being included in discussions and design reviews as this project moves forward. Furthermore, MST requests that the costs to relocate or reconfigure bus stops are included in the safe routes for Soledad project budget. In 2025, the cost to construct each bus stop was $20,000, but construction costs have since increased. Another tool which can be used to inform this project's road design is MST Designing for Transit Guidelines. MST periodically updates these guidelines. The most up-to-date version is available on MST website. MST appreciates our partnership with the City of Soledad and TAMZ and looks forward to our continued partnership to create a safer and sustainable transportation network for Soledad residents. If you have any questions on the above comments, please reach out to me at 831-264-5877 or movermeyer@mst.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene, for reading that public comment. Okay, so let me take it out then to those that are joining us via Zoom, if there's any public comments. And I see no hands raised, so I will close the public comments and then I will bring it back to the council. And I'll start with, did I start with Councilmember Caldera? I'll start with Councilmember Caldera. What did I was, sorry.
It's okay.
Getting confused now. I know, I was trying to remember, but let's start with Councilmember Caldera.
I actually don't have any comments.
No worries.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Thanks. I have just thank you. I have just a couple of things. First, thank you so much for having that presentation bilingual in Spanish and English. That is, I think that is the first time that I see one in the few years that I've been here. And also, thank you so much for the diagram on the elementary school. I can see the mind of the children just wondering how would that be when they actually be crossing. And I know that some of the kids are very, very persistent, and they will actually communicate with their parents, don't stop. And they are, it is a great idea because in many cases, they are the ones that teach the parents when to cross and how to cross. So thank you so much for those two things is really important. The other thing that I want to know is there is a few areas where the bike lane is protected, and I believe that Palm and Monterey is the one that is only painted. So is there a reason why we don't have protected? And I'm going to tell you, I lived on 8th Street for many years, and I hold that place very dearly close to my heart. And how come we don't have protective bike lanes in that area?
Good question, Councilmember Cabrera. And I was just going to say, these are very high level conceptual plans. This is what we're proposing. Once we actually get into the design, we'll take that into consideration and see if it's good fit for Palm. I don't see why not, but just letting you know, for the purposes of the application, it's just exhibits.
All right. The other thing that I wanna thank for is the one in Orchard. It is really important that we need, that's going to be very impactful. Every time that I drive there, you see people not stopping. And I think it is going to be necessary for us to start putting lighted stops just to make people aware that our children and their families with them walking around. So those two are great. And actually, I didn't agree at first with making West and Orchard from to two lines, but I think it's becoming a better, at least for me, I having a better perspective now. And with the construction building in that area, that having only two lines is gonna make a really good it's gonna impact a lot of people. Every night we have people racing in that street. So it's gonna minimize that, I hope. Because every night you hear that cars and the motorcycles running through that. And lastly, I think that I just wanna thank you guys for the work, for your persistence, even though some of us don't believe you guys at times. But I think that it is because we don't have the perspective that you guys and you guys do really good work, giving us the explanations and taking the time to show us why. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Council Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez.
I have a clarifying question. When you said, Councilmember Cabrera, when you said West and Orchard, do you mean them separately or?
Yes, there's two projects, one in West and one in Orchard,
And
that have
these are the
similar.
road diet, right?
The what?
The road diet project?
Yeah.
Just making sure. Yeah, I think my comment, again, conceptual, I know it'll come back. I think around the route on Gavilan and Orchard might be a little challenging. But the other ones seem pretty straightforward. And then thank to MST for making their public comment. I'm curious though about the usage of each of those bus stops, and if all of them are used very frequently, and if they have any data to provide to see if we would need to change anything, especially since some of these are kind of back to back as it is, and there's some that I do see that are used over others, and I live on top of West and Anderson, and I see that used from time to time, but there's others that I haven't really seen being used. So I really like for that to be something that we can maybe provide if possible. And then super off topic, but I think I mentioned that I would like also MST to provide more direct routes from South County to the peninsula. But anyways.
So for, that part of this discussion. So,
I still wanted to say.
so,
So there's that piece too, but yeah, I think these also other proposed projects would be really great. I know I've been wanting to have conversations about a community garden and how we can maybe have any city-owned property that we have now be turned into a community garden. So I think this would definitely help in that sense, hopefully. And I think it'd be great to have our seniors walk as well. I think that's
Thank you.
okay, Councilwoman Banuelos.
Ariana, thank you for still being with us. Thank you, Alex, also. And you, Tamsi does a great job of doing community outreach. It's very instrumental to get that feedback with everyone that was participating back in April and May at the community center. I wanted to say thank you so much, because very instrumental for those who attended, and not only that, to the youth council too, to share that feedback. I wanted to say this is exciting, and then also, once we move forward, I know that Eric will start doing the community engagement with that, and also bring the youth council's present so that way they can say, hey, this is what the project we've been working on. Because of your input, we're doing this. And I like the programs that TAMSI provides, and I really appreciate that. So maybe we can also do that. I really want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about senior walking. I believe it's being done already with the Soledad Parks and Recs. Yeah. And then community walks. I really want us to start doing community walks. So I'll just reach out to anyone who wants to do it. Sidewalk art. Thank you also for the youth council for doing that and the San Vicente sidewalk area. So it's great. So no other questions, comments.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Ariana, and thank you, Alex, for all the work that you guys have been doing with the outreach. We heard a lot of feedback on this project already. So, I mean, not just our youth council, obviously they were really instrumental, but we had our civic academy that did a lot of the feedback as well. And a lot of our residents as well provided comments to this and some of the crucial areas. And so as a representative on the TAMSI board, I know we've heard about this as well. And Ariana, thank you for bringing this forth and this opportunity forth. I know that, as you mentioned, we didn't get the grant the first time, but we're coming back again. So appreciate the opportunity. Hopefully it moves forward. You guys, submitted by Friday. So I don't have any additional questions. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve, if there's no further comments or questions, to approve resolution number 6389.
So moved.
Okay, I have a second. Oh, sorry. So I have a motion by Councilwoman Bañuelos and a second by Mayor Velasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions and sorry, I already did the motion. So everybody said aye, so motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you
Fingers
so much,
crossed.
Joanna. Thank you. Yeah, fingers crossed. Good luck. Okay, so with that, we will move on to our last item of business today, which is resolution number 6390, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers for HAP 5-year youth set-aside funding in the amount not to exceed 181,825 with 17 cents. So I will turn this over to Beatriz, our
Community
Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the time is getting to us. It's almost 10:30. So good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, because we need one more acronym at almost 10:30. This is the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Round 5, which we will be referring to as HHAP 5. So a little bit of background on this funding source. This came to the City of Soledad through the Leadership Council, which the mayor is part of the Leadership Council. So the Leadership Council approved a total of $181,825.17 to the City of Soledad to operate as a regional resource for transitional age youth. A big portion of this is because in the background, you may recall that we have been working on other programs like that, having a transitional age youth campus. We also last year, we received the youth YHDP, Youth Homeless Demonstration Program funding. And actually, that was for the region. We did receive a lot of traction with that program. So we continue to try to expand our services for the transitional age youth who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. So for this particular funding source for HHAP is through the state of California. It's administered by the Housing and Community Development Department and also the California Integracy Council on Homelessness. And the main goal for this funding source is so that local jurisdictions can address homelessness within our areas. This funding source is restricted for youth between ages of 18 and 24, but we do have a very young population and some of them are parenting youth. That's why we think that this is a need in our community. And we saw it when we had YHDP for 6 months.
So some of the eligible uses for this funding source is the street outreach, housing navigation, rapid rehousing, and supportive services. So what we are proposing to do with the funding that is getting allocated from the Leadership Council is we want to focus on rapid rehousing, mainly because we did have a need in our community when we were managing YHDP. A big challenge with YHDP is, as you may recall, that was a contract that we took over because an organization stopped providing services in Soledad. So the need was here, but we only had the funding for 6 months, and that became challenging for landlords to accept our participants to that program. But we saw with that program that the need is out here. And so that's why we think that this is a different funding source, but we think that we should continue to fund those activities that last year we saw that it was a big need in our community. So for rapid, the proposed uses 2 activities, and within those activities, there is different things that we can do, but the main activities are rapid rehousing and street outreach. So under rapid rehousing, we have housing identification, which is helping the youth find housing. Landlord engagement, we found that it was actually, we have found a couple of landlords locally that like working with our program. So establishing those relationships with the local landlords has been very helpful. Application fees, security deposit, rental assistance. And for this particular program in this age group, case management is key because a lot of them are learning to become adults. So case management has been very crucial to make sure that they are actually following through their housing plan. A street outreach includes housing navigation, resource referrals, because we don't have all of the resources that we want, but we can refer people to some of the county programs or some of the other programs through the Coalition of Homeless Services, behavioral health programs. So a street outreach allows for that. Employment and educational connections, and behavioral health referrals and other supportive services. So the idea of what we want to do with this funding source, I know that we have a housing project that is state related. We still have some work to do on that, but we want to make sure that we attend to the immediate need, which is some of the housing assistance that our youth need. And we want to really activate the Gateway Center more as a take campus. And that will also help us alleviate some of the costs that we have for the Gateway Center. Our Wi-Fi is very expensive, but we do need it. We just need to maximize the use of the space. And we think that that can be a good hub for youth. So we would like to have the caseworkers there. We already have Edith that she held with YHDP. So we would just want to grow our array of services that we provide at the Gateway Center, and also having some basic services available for the youth. We realize that printing services become less and less popular, but it's still a need out there. So we would like to set up the Gateway Center with a computer and a printing station that the youth can use for their job applications, to make copies of their IDs, whatever they're going through, that we can also have the little service for them. The library provides that, but it's also nice for some of the youth to have access while they're meeting with their caseworker. So we would like to maximize the funds this way, and this is what we are proposing on the budget that it's part of the stuff of this contract. And with that, if you have any comments or questions, I'm happy to take those.
Thank you, Beatriz. So let me take it out to the public, those that are joining us via Zoom, if there's any questions or comments. And I don't see any hands raised, so I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Beatriz, I'm sorry, I missed your presentation.
Okay.
But thank you for staying with us. I have no questions at this time or comments.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Anselmo Sanchez.
Yes, this funding, when available, will it be only for youth in Soledad, or is it for the county?
It's countywide. However, we do focus our efforts in South County, not just Soledad, but South County. We have, I think our families are very connected in between Greenfield, Soledad. Like, I think they have their networks within South County. So we prioritize our South County residents, but through the YHDP, we did help, I think somebody from Salinas, like we did help people from other cities, but we did focus on South County, and most of the people that we assisted in the past with the other source of funding was from South County.
And I asked this because our local community colleges here in the county, they have a program called Next Stop. And so they work with a lot of foster age youth that are transitioning out of housing as well. And some are homeless and so may need some of this assistance. I think it'd be a really good opportunity to connect with our local community colleges to have like that bridge of resources. I know Hartnell and MPC have programs like this.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, we'll reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
No.
Councilmember Caldera?
I don't have any questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
Councilmember Caldera.
I don't have any questions either. Thank
Thank
you.
Beatriz, I don't have any questions either, but thank you for your leadership on this. I know obviously you guys are leading the way with the programs with youth homelessness. So obviously this was approved at the Leadership Council. So I don't have any questions. Just thank you so much for all the work you guys are doing to make sure that our youth are not, especially our homeless youth, are not left behind. So really appreciate that. So council, with that, if there's no additional questions or comments, thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution 6390.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
so I have, I'm gonna do a first with Councilmember Caldera, with Councilmember Cabrera, and a second with Councilwoman Bañuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye,
Okay,
sorry, I
motion
forgot to say aye.
carries.
Sorry.
Okay, so motion carries. So with that, we are done with our items of business, and so we will move into our mayor, reports now. So let me get.
And through the chair, I did want to note that Darlene is keeping time off or not on our camera area where we can see the timer. So she's gonna just let council members know. Or you'll hear it, you'll hear her phone. But I do apologize. There's a broken a component of our timer that is, we're waiting for the part to repair it, and it should be online by July 1st. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Megan. Okay, so we'll start with the reports, and hopefully there are not too many since we did meet last week. So I just to report that I know last week I did attend the adult school graduation, and just want to do a shout out to Maria Flores from the Civic Academy, who did graduate from the adult school. Also attended the Soledad High School graduation. They had over 300 graduates. So shout out to them, their families, and our two youth commissioners, Cindy and Giovanni, who graduated. And then just a personal point of privilege, I'd like to congratulate my niece, Mari Villarreal, who graduated. She's a senior. And then also attended, I also met did my one-on-one with Megan as well on Monday to review the council report, and then attended the Music in the Park on Friday. Congratulations, it was a big success. And then just a shout out to anyone that's watching the World Cup. USA plays on Friday, and then Mexico had won last time. So anyways, it's a really interesting, they play tomorrow. So it's anyways, shout out. I think it's a great time for all the players, and a lot going on for the 3 different countries that are hosting the World Cup, United States being one of them, Canada and Mexico. So that's it for me. So I will turn it over to Councilmember Caldera.
You don't have timing. June 12th, I attended the Music in the Park along with Council Wall. At that time, it was Councilman Rose. But I leave early.
Aren't you still councilman?
As graduation, grandson, then after a third. Along with the other council members who made it. On the 16th, I had a briefing with Megan.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes. To tell you the truth, I don't remember that day. But when was the Main Street graduation? Wednesday?
Yes.
The 10th, yeah. So we attended the Main Street graduation with 11 valedictorians, 3.5, no, 4.57 GPA. That was amazing. And then I also attended the Pinnacles High School graduation. That was very emotional. And then the adult school graduation, and same. Mari Flores is an extraordinary person, and for which I have deep respect. She does a lot of things and then goes and graduates from what is it? I think it is medical terminology. So congratulations, Mari. And then I attended the Soledad High School graduation as well. I believe hold on, I have a lot of ideas going through my mind right now. Alondra graduated, and it's amazing because Alondra was part of my team that I used to coach when she was like 7 or 8. So seeing her graduating is really special for me. And then I was this week I was appointed to the Fort Bay basin water, talking about water. So I'm gonna be involved in whatever they do to prevent that. It's a subcommittee, yeah. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. I missed the last meeting, but on June 3rd, I attended our Pride flag raising ceremony. Received a lot of hate comments, but you know what? Oh well, you're mad. And then also right after attended the public meeting on the Hacienda water project. Gave a public comment on behalf of myself. And then on June 6th, I attended I don't recall exactly what it was called, but I represented the city at the correctional training facility for their 20th anniversary of their
AVP.
Yes. Can you say what is it?
Yeah. Alternate violence.
Alternate violence program. Yeah,
Alternate
thank you. And so that was really great. I'd never been to the correctional training facility, so it was really nice to meet a lot of folks there and hear their stories, and it was really awesome. There's a formerly incarcerated person that I got to connect with who actually works for Uncommon Law, and I have a friend that also works there up in the Bay Area, so it was really cool to kind of have that moment of like, oh, I know someone that knows you. So that was pretty nice. And then I guess point of personal privilege, my cousin Haley Arroyo graduated from Main Street Middle School on June 10th. And then actually this past Saturday, I'd like to recognize myself. I had my orientation for my educational doctorate program that'll start in August, which is exciting, but also very nerve-wracking. But yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Councilwoman Banuelos?
Okay. Ready, Darlene? Okay, so on June 10th, I attended the Main Street Middle School at the stadium. Thank you so much for the invite from the principal and the board directors. And then also I attended the Soledad Rotary meeting. There was a presentation in regards to future events. And also I attended the Pinnacles High School graduation. Big shout out to all Mr. Chu and his staff for bringing that together and having their own graduation. I also attended the Saudade Adult School graduation, and I want to do the third echo to Mari Flores and everyone else that was there supportive of her. And thank you, Mari, for your dedication and graduating. And I'm so happy for you. I did attend Music at the Park. I just want to do a shout out to the Parks and Recs, the vendors, and Soul Band that was out there. It was a great turnout, but I wish that you guys would dance more. Also, I did attend the Saudade High School graduation. Big shout out to Cindy, Giovanni, Karina, and Michael, who I coached when he was in Little League. And I was a special MC for the Sober Grad, and I stayed up all night till 4 o'clock in the morning with our graduates. I also had a phone conference for the 4th of July committee, and I also had a briefing with Megan. And also, congratulations to all students who graduated from kinder, 6th grade promotion, middle school, Pinnacles, adult school, and high school. And my acknowledgement also is congratulations to Mr. Bangs in his retirement soon. As the Mayor mentioned earlier, that he will be receiving a certificate next week. And then also, don't forget to support our business owner, April Litke, for her 20th anniversary event this Saturday. Benefit Fitness from 12 to 5. And of course, don't miss out in the 4th of July event. Yay! And then one last thing I wanted to share, the acknowledgement is our goal is to strictly find a solution and move forward. So please know that any comments shared, we are coming in the place of practicality rather than personal feeling. So that's my acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to City Manager report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to remind the public that Juneteenth is a holiday here in Soledad, and so we'll be closed on Friday. We have multiple grants all due on June 22nd. We have the ATP grant, we have an assistance for firefighters grant, and the SAFER grant. And so kudos to the staff for getting these pretty extensive grants together. So just wanted to let you know. You're going to see a lot from me in the next few days about haciendas. We did submit the comment from the council. I worked with the technical staff to provide another written response, and then Don and I worked on a technical memo on the study that was about 8 pages long that we just submitted. I'm losing track of time. I think it was yesterday. So I'm going to forward those, and I apologize I didn't forward them yesterday, but I also had to turn around and review the SAFER grant so we could get it in by June 22nd. So I'll get that to you first thing in the morning. And then I wanted to remind the council that I will actually be on vacation from June 27th through July 6th. And in my stead, thank you for my having an assistant city manager, because Mike Howard will step up and be here for the meeting on July 1st. And you'll be hearing from us pretty soon, because we're going to have a plan for budget outreach as we head into August. And that's it.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, any future agenda items? I'm just gonna open this one.
Yeah, I think with some of the discussions that were brought up today, I think it'd be nice at some point in the future to have a community engagement plan presented to us. I think we had some conversations today, and I think a few folks on the council kind of alluded to that as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you, especially some of the water stuff and some of the other stuff that we mentioned about today. Okay, thank you, and with that, then no other additional comments, and we adjourn at 10:43. Thank you, everyone.